Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome to Timway Presents. I am going to return to the world of Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes modding. I hope you've all had a great day today, and let's dive right in. There are two things for me to do today. The second one is to create a new module as I have announced. But before that, I'm going to dive into something that a friend of mine, namely Goofy, has asked me to do. This Accelerando module has rule seed support now, and I have no idea about it. I'm going in blind. So we're going to take a look at the C# code for this, and we are going to have to replicate that code in the manual, because the task that I've been tasked with is to fix the manual in such a way that the rule seed works. So let's take a quick clone of this project. I'm gonna go to my Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes folder and clone this repository and call it Accelerando. And I see, I forgot to run source tree first. Now let me explain why this happens, because this seems to happen on my live streams a lot. You see, there is this little tool in my system tray here called Pageant, which lists the private keys and public keys that I use to authenticate against services such as GitHub. And for reasons that I couldn't figure out, I cannot just run Pageant. I have to run source tree, and source tree runs Pageant for me. So I will open source tree once, and then that will run Pageant and ask me for the password, as it did just a minute ago, and then I will be golden until the next time that I shut down the PC or reboot. Okay, so now we've taken a copy of the Accelerando Git repo. So let's take a quick look at the Unity project and see. Look at the code. I'm going to close down this. I'm going to right. So this is the manual. Apparently, the author has already attempted something. So I guess we're gonna take a look at this. Yeah, let's close this window. Okay, so this is the version of the HTML that Goofy sent me, and this is the version of the HTML. Oh, I see, this is the version that he sent me. I did put it into the HTML folder of my copy of the KTANE content repo, so I only have this one copy of it. But that's okay, we really only need that one copy. Now I'm waiting for Unity to finish importing all these assets, and after a while it will be done with that. Can everybody please confirm that the stream is working, that you can hear me, and that the audio is fine? I suppose I haven't made any sort of audio yet. Alright, let's take a look at the scene. Here is what the module looks like. Thank you, Goofy. Okay, so here's what the module looks like. Now, to give you an idea of what the module actually does, I'm just going to run it, and then when I do this, you can also confirm to me that the sound is working. Can you hear this? So we get a combination of digits and letters, and as hinted at by the name of the module, it will accelerate. So it'll go faster and faster. So the challenge here is for the diffuser to read this out as quickly as they can to the expert, and then when this is done, the expert will have to deduce a set of numbers, which in this case is 4, 9, 13, 19. And then the next time you press go, you have to press the letters that are accompanied by these exact numbers, 4, 9, 13, 19, and that will solve the module. Okay, now let's take a quick look at the source, at the C# code. That'll probably be somewhere in here. We have a scripts folder, and there's the Accelerando script. So let's open Visual Studio with that, and let's take a look at what the rules do. Okay. I'm assuming that these are the position and scale of the go button, because as we've seen, it changes. I'm guessing that this is the answer, as in the positions of... No, wait, this looks like it's the answer. Anyway, it's telling me here to make this read-only, so I'm just going to do that. Alright, so here is the start method. So this is where the rule seedable component is involved. We get a random number generator from it. Okay. So if the seed is 1, which is the default seed... Okay, so I see. So the positions... Let me show you in the manual what this is talking about. We have to find the alphabetic positions for the letters and calculate the differences between that and the number that the letter is accompanied with. And then we reorder this list of differences, which is now just a list of numbers, from least to greatest, remove the duplicates, so you only have the distinct values. And then, this is it, the 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 12th number from that resulting list is the numbers that we need. Now you can see that this adds the numbers 2, which is of course the 3rd item, because arrays start numbering at 0. Then we have the 6th item, the 9th, and the 12th. So apparently in every other rule seed, we take the numbers from 0 to 11, which means the first 12 numbers, and just pick 4 of them at random. Okay. Now, if you don't mind, Goofy, I'm going to actually change this, because you can... It's easier to just do this, well, except that we want to use the R&D's shuffle Fisher-Yates method. So I'm just going to do this, and that will shuffle that up. And then positions can literally just be the first 4 elements of that. So we're just going to say positions dot add range x dot take the first 4 and then order them by by the actual value, like this. And since x is now used only in this one place, we can actually just inline it. So I'm just going to put that in here, and now the whole thing is just one line. Okay. So let me quickly try this in Unity. I'm getting some errors here. A read-only field list x. Okay, so apparently list x wasn't supposed to be read-only. Let's see if there are any others. It says build succeeded, so that's probably the only one. You want me to get rid of the curly brackets. I'm assuming you mean, let's see, get RNG. I'm assuming you mean these. That and that. Like this. Okay. Yeah, so while we're at it, I guess we can also just say positions.addRange and then just put the numbers in one line, like this. And then we don't need these curly brackets either. Okay, so with that out of the way, do you mind if I put a space here and make this message the same as what it is in all of my modules? I know it doesn't matter, but anyway, let's run this module now. And it says here, okay, so it doesn't actually log the list of distinct differences. Let's check that. Positions in, right, okay. Oh, I see, this is, okay, this is the actual rules. Okay, so the positions 3, 6, 9, 12, that is the standard rule seed. Okay, let's change the rule seed to a good one, and then see if that changed. And we can see that it's now 2, 5, 7, 8. Now I'm a little surprised here. Oh, I see. Okay, these are log messages with angle brackets instead of square brackets, so these are debug messages that do not appear in the log file analyzer, so that's fine. Okay, let's change the rules. Actually, let's leave the rule sheet like this. And now let's head over to the manual and see what we can do. So what this code currently does is it runs some code immediately at the start of loading the page. This is not how we do this. The rulesheet.js file declares, well, not declares, but it will call a method, rather a function. And this function will be called set default rules if it's the default rules, and it's going to be called set rules, and it'll take a random number generator if it's not the default rules. Now, in many modules, the actual rules, like the default rules, the rules for rule sheet 1 are exactly the same, as in you just use the random number generator all the same. In those cases, you can literally just call set rules, but remember to also take in the random number generator here. But in this case, we have differing set default rules, so we are going to do that separately. So we want to, I'm going to remove all of this code. So the positions are going to be, well, it's these positions in the default rules. You know, I think I'm going to, Accelerando. I think I'm going to declare a method that shows the rules in the manual and then pass in the list like this. Okay, so here I'm going to be calling it with an array, positions. Good morning, Tasting. Welcome to the stream. So what we want to do here is we want to do the same thing that we did here. So we want to take the list of numbers from 0 to 11. Now, unfortunately, let instead of var, thank you very much. Yes, it is a habit of mine to use var because of C#, but in JavaScript it's really preferable to use let and to try and allow var to die. Okay, so in JavaScript, unfortunately, we do not have a nice and convenient method like this to generate a number. So we're going to generate that by using a for loop starting from I to 12 and adding the number in there. So after this, positions will be a list of all the numbers from 0 to 11. And then we need to do this shuffle Fisher Yates thing, which in this case is lowercase, because the convention in JavaScript is to lowercase all method and function names. So we will shuffle that, and that will shuffle it in place. And then we need to take the first 4. Now in JavaScript, there is a function called splice. Let me very quickly show you how that function works. Imagine you have an array with a few elements, like this. And let's assign this to a variable, like this. Now, I think it's slice that I'm thinking of, not splice. Those two are easy to confuse. Now, if I go slice 0, then that'll just give me the same array. If I say slice 1, it'll chop off the first item from the array. And then with 2, of course, we chop off the first 2. So what we want to do is we don't want to chop off from the beginning. We actually want the first few. So we want to start at index 0, but then we want only a limited number of elements. So if I take, for example, only 2 elements like this, I get the first 2. Thank you, Goofy. How do you know this? That is very interesting. Ah, I see. It uses the keys of an array. Okay. That is a bit of a hacky trick, but I didn't know about it, so that sounds very useful. Array 12.keys. I hope that you can see that it is a bit of a hacky trick. No, I started with Accelerando because it's going to be a short thing. I'm going to do Color Braille afterwards. But thank you for the compliment that you thought I would have finished Color Braille in just 10 minutes. Okay, so I guess this is what we'll do. We'll shuffle this, and then we'll set the rules using only the first 4 elements from this. Alright, and now we need to actually set the rules, which means to change the HTML in such a way that it actually displays the okay, so here is where the positions are placed. Why is it hacky? Okay, let me explain why this is hacky. So what's going on here is if you put array 12, you get an array with 12 elements, but each of these elements is an empty slot. So, the array doesn't actually contain the numbers 0 to 12. Now, the function keys is not really for arrays. It is for objects. So, for example, if you have an object that has, I don't know, name Timwe streaming true, right? If I take this, okay, why is this wrong? Okay, it's probably, yep, there you go. So this is an object with two keys, and now if I run keys on that, keys is not even a function. That is very interesting. Okay, well, I believe that object.keys should work. There you go. So that will give me the keys, which is the things that you can look up in it. Now, if you take an array and you get its keys, then those keys happen to be the numbers from 0 to the length of the array. So it works kind of accidentally. It's not really, the function isn't really provided as a means to actually get the numbers from 0 to 11. Oh, and on top of that, it's also an iterator and not actually a list. That also fact. Oh, I see, and that is why we do the thing with the square brackets. See, that will take that iterator and turn it into a list. Now, granted, this is something we do too, because this is an iterator, and we use toList to turn it into a list. But at least the C# code tells you explicitly that it turns it into a list by saying .toList instead of the square bracket dot 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 notation, which is a bit intimidating to people who don't know it. Anyway, back to the work. What does dot 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 do? I don't actually know myself. I know what it does if you try to pass this to a function. What it will do is it will unravel this into individual arguments into a function. So I'm guessing that in this case it will unravel it into individual array elements, and then that becomes an array with those keys. But let's get on with this now. So we have these English words here which mark the positions that we actually want to replace. So I'm going to put a span around this, give it a class which is I'm just gonna call it positions, because that's the variable name that we have. Hello Epictoast, welcome to the stream. Okay, and this positions thing, I can make it bold, and I can underline it. Text decoration underline. Right, now if I refresh this, okay, this is the version on the live side. So let's open this one. You can see that, it is underlining a bit too much, so I must have made a typo here. I put /a instead of /span. There we go. Okay, so we will be changing this piece of the text. So in order to change this, we are going to need the English words, the English ordinal number words, from 1 to 12, because 12 is the highest number that we use here. So we're going to call this ordinals, and the ordinals are first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and that's it. We only need 12. So now we're going to use a for loop we're going to start with a string. No, actually, let's. We know that it's always 4 elements, and we want to put the commas and the word and in the right places. So actually I'm going to do this without a loop. I'm literally just going to say the string is going to just be the ordinal for the first position, which is of course position 0, like this, comma, the next one, comma, the next one, and the last one. So this is the string that we want to put into the HTML. We can get the span thing with the name positions by saying document.getElement by class name. Let me quickly see if that works, because I have a suspicion that, yeah, that's why I suspected. There is only a getElements in the plural, because class names are expected to be used on multiple elements. So I'm going to use an ID instead. Using an ID means that there is you're supposed to have only one element with the same ID in any document. So now we can say getElement by ID, positions. Okay, and this element is going to have an inner text property, which we can just assign like this. Now if I refresh this page, interesting, the formatting has changed. Let me see what happens if I... Okay, so the rule sheet has worked. It has entered the correct... Okay. The reason the formatting has disappeared is because the CSS rule applies only to elements with a class. This dot means class. If I change this to a hashtag, it means elements with that ID. So now if I refresh this, this will be formatted again. Now, the last step that I want to do, let me just quickly show you the Lion's Share manual. You will notice that there is nothing on this page that is bold or underlined, but if I change the rule seed, suddenly things are bold and underlined in order to emphasize the elements on the page that have changed. Thank you, Goofy. I forgot to sort the numbers. I should do that, yes. I want these bold and underline formatting to only occur when the rule seed is not the default. So how did I do this in Lion's Share? Well, you will notice that there is a .rule seed active stipulation before the thing that identifies the actual element that is being changed. This class, rule seed active, is automatically assigned by our rule seed JavaScript. So we only need to put that here, and it will do the rest. So let's go back to the Accelerando. If I refresh this, you will see that it is bold and underlined in rule seed 47, but in the standard rule seed, it is not. Okay, now let's do the last thing that Goofy asked me to do, which is to sort this list. So after shuffling this and then slicing it, let's see if JavaScript has a sort method that just works like this. That does seem to work, so I can literally just say .sort. Okay, and now it says 2nd, 5th, 7th, and 8th. Okay, any other rule seed? 12th, that is not sorted. Okay, let me see why this is not sorted. 12th, 5th, 7th, and 10th. I have a suspicion. No, my suspicion doesn't explain this. Okay, so I'm going to use a separate variable, call it slice, I guess, and then output that to the console to take a look at it, and then I will sort it. Well, rather, I will just output the log for the sorted version. There you go. So now if I refresh this, we can see that it does in fact. Okay, so I think what's going on here is that it is sorting these numbers by their string representations. So it sorts the digit 1 before the digit 4, which is of course incredibly stupid. I knew that it wouldn't be that simple as just going .sort, because JavaScript always has these corner cases. So I'm going to Google for this, sort array by number. How to sort an array numerically. Okay, you just pass in a lambda expression like this. Okay. I guess we can get rid of this, and then we can inline slice again. Let's put that here. And refresh this, and now it says 5th, 7th, 10th, and 12th. So that seems to be working now. Okay. I believe that this manual is now finished. I guess we can upload this to the website now, to the repository. Goofy, do you have the JSON ready? Where's the SVG? Okay, so I'm going to let you guys do the SVG and the don't forget the let. Where did I forget a let? I don't think there's any. Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay. Hello, Mark Sam. Welcome to the stream. Mark Sam, I'm only starting with a small task, and I will move on to my new module in a second. I'm pretty much done with this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to post this to the request channel and let the repository maintainers take it from there. So I'm just going to open Discord, go to the request channel. It seems to be hanging, so I guess I'll... still hanging. That is not very helpful. Alright, let's close Discord and let's just try it again. Ooh. Okay, let's actually close it down. Quit. Thank you. And then just restart it. And now I'll just go to the request channel and just upload the HTML there. This is for Goofy's new module. Please supply the SVG and the PDF, SVG, JSON, and yeah, and the icon I guess someone else can make. So Goofy, upload that. So with that out of the way, maybe you give it a second after you open Discord. Maybe. Okay. Okay, so with that out of the way, I'm now going to start doing the development that I wanted to do. So I'm going to close down Unity. I did make changes to the C# code here, so I guess, Goofy, can you quickly give me access, push access to your Git repository so that I can commit the changes that I made to the actual module's source code. So let's quickly go here, Accelerando. Here we go. I'm going to close some of these things that I don't need right now. The rule seed. We probably don't care about that, so I'm going to revert that. I guess we don't really care about the rest either, so I'm going to revert the entire file. And these are the changes that we made to the JavaScript. So let's see if Goofy has invited me for access. He has. So I'm going to accept that invitation, and now I can push that change. Minor coding changes, I guess. And let's just commit that. And now the rest is up to Goofy. So with that out of the way, let's move on to the module that I really wanted to make. I guess I can close this. It's already live. You can put the HTML in your repo. You go ahead and do that. Okay, Ray, I'm going to have to ask you to stop doing this. It is extremely annoying. If you do this again, I'm going to have to ban you. So please do not do this again. Thank you. Okay, let's. All right. Let's close this, I guess. All right. Okay. Right. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my live stream today. I'm your host, Tim Wee, and today I am planning to make a new module for Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. We have our website here with the modules that were created recently. We're going to add a new one to this. So in starting, I'm going to take a copy of my blank module project that I use, and we're going to call it Color Braille because that is the name for the module that I'm planning to make. Okay, and now I'm going to go through the same shenanigans that I usually do, which is that I have these two batch files here, mk and rn. One of them creates the links to the directories within the KTANE modkit so that I don't have to copy things and I don't have to keep all the copies up to date. Instead, it's all linked. And the other one renames some of the files. Let's run this rn thing. It expects the module name, which is going to be Color Braille, and then a module ID, which is of course Color Braille. Okay, so with that done, we can now delete that file. Next, I'm going to run a search and replace on the files because there is a module name tag or marker in all of these files. Let's go to Color Braille, and we're going to replace that with Color Braille like this, and replace that in all of the files. You know, I'm going to open this Git repository in source tree so that you guys can see. Okay, this is not a valid repository because I haven't initialized it yet. Git init. There we go. And now we can hopefully open this. I'm going to open this so that you can see the changes that I'm making. So I'm going to stage all of these things for now. And now I'm going to do this search and replace. Yes, I do want to make all these replacements. And now you will see that in all of these files where I had a module name in angle brackets, I've replaced it all with Color Braille. And you can see here that there is also module ID, and there is also another one. So module ID is going to be Color Braille without the space. Replace all of those. Okay. So now you will see that this will say, there you go. It will say Color Braille module, Color Braille module. And finally, we also have module URL. Now, I can't remember if I have a space in that or not. It's going to be here somewhere. It does not have a space in it. But Color Braille does, and the URL code for a space is %20. So we're going to replace that. And now all of these changes have been made. Okay, so let's stage that. Hello, Banana Lord. Welcome to the stream. Should I start with the coding first, or should I start writing a manual first? I think either will do, but I'm happy to do either. Yeah, I think I'll start with the manual. So let's go to the existing Braille manual, which we have here. Write a manual. Someone agrees with me. So the original Braille manual already has the table of Braille codes, but I think I'm still going to include that in the new module. After all of the Morse code modules also include the Morse code chart, so I think that makes sense. But I'm going to relegate this to an appendix, so that I have space on the first page to explain how the module works. So let's just open the the Braille manual. Here we go, and let's save it as Color Braille. All right, I'm gonna reduce the font size a little bit. Hopefully you guys can still read this. Please let me know if the font is too small. Okay, I'm gonna revisit this piece of CSS later. We want to replace all occurrences of Braille with Color Braille. So like that. This time in full Technicolor, I guess. We might have to think about a better flavor text later. Okay, so this is the Braille table. As you can see, it's full of tiny little SVGs. Each of the dot patterns is a little SVG. Then let's get rid of this piece of explanation from the old module, and let's move that table to the second page, which starts here. Okay, so I'm going to put a header here, and I'm going to say Appendix Unified English Braille Chart. Okay, so let's look at the rest. There is still some explanation here, and then of course there's the table of words from the original manual. We don't need either of these. So if we refresh this now, go to Color Braille, I guess, you will see that the first page is now empty. The second page has the Braille chart on it. What's the point of Braille if you have to see the colors to solve it? Well, just because Braille is for blind people doesn't mean it can't make an interesting KTANE module for seeing people. We're going to have the Braille actually be visible. So unlike the original Braille module, this one is not going to deal with Braille that appears only on hover or something like that. Okay. So here are the rules that I had envisaged for this manual, for this module. Let's start on the first page, which is here. Okay, this module will show 24 colored dots. Each dot is in a color that is composed of a red, green, and blue component. Decompose these color channels to obtain 3 words written in Unified English Braille. See appendix. So what we have now is we're going to have 3 Braille words, but superimposed on each other. So one of them will be written in red, one in green, and one in blue, and then red and blue together will make cyan, etc., etc. So we will end up with very colorful dots. However, one of the 3 words has been mangled in one of the following ways. Okay, so the each of the 3 rows of dots may have been shifted 1 dot to the left or right. Each Braille letter may be upside down, or each Braille letter may be vertically flipped. So that would give us 6, 7, 8 possible manglings. We may want to come up with more in a second, but you know what? Okay, I'm gonna write down the rest of the explanation so that I can walk you through my thoughts here. Hello, Mr. Peanut, welcome to the stream. Okay, so identify which of the color channels contains the mangled word. Identify which of the color channels contains the mangled word and the specific mangling applied. Then touch the dot in the position given by the following table. Okay. So I think I want that list of bullet points not be spaced out like this. So I'm going to remove this. There you go. Okay, so in this table I'm going to have several rows. So in the headers are going to be yeah, okay, th mangled color channel is going to be either red, green, or blue. And then the specific mangling, right? So the mangled color channel is going to be along the top of the table, so I'm going to give this a row span of 2. And you will see in a second what that looks like. In fact, I'll show you now. It looks like this. It's an incomplete table at this point. So then we're gonna down the left of the table, we're gonna say mangling applied, and now we have this. Okay, now for each of these manglings, so the mangling may be top row shifted to the right or to the left, and then it may be the middle row, and then it may be the bottom row. Okay, and then finally we have each letter upside down and each letter vertically flipped. Okay, now we have a table with 3 by 2, 4, 6, 8, 3 by 8 entries that we can fill, and of course there are, that's 24 in total, and there are 24 dots, right? So the idea is that each table cell will have one of those dots. And I'm going to shuffle these up, and then the rule seed will have, will have them shuffled. So my thinking earlier was that I could change this to 30 dots and make it, instead of 4-letter Braille words, I can make it 5 letters, and then we can have 2 more manglings. Let's actually do that. Decompose this culture to obtain 3 6-letter words. Sorry, 5-letter words, of course. Okay, so now we can have 2 more. So we can have each letter is horizontally flipped, I guess. And then we can also have, I suppose we could have upside down and flipped. No, wait, that would be the same. That would be the same as just flipping it. So what other mangling can we do? Okay, I can't think of one right now, so I'm gonna go with the original plan, and I guess we can always change this later. Horizontally flipped is not the same as upside down, no. Oh, inverted. All the dots are not dots are dots. Yes, that is inverted. Yes, very good. That's a very good idea. Let's do that. Dots are inverted. Okay, thank you very much. That was a really good idea. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I need to add 3 TD elements here, and I'm going to call them. What do I call them? I'm going to call them pos for position, right? And I want 3 of those like this, and then I want 3 of those in every table row here. So I'm going to replace /tr with that /tr, boink. And now we have all of these. Aha, I made a mistake here. Yep, that's right. I forgot to select this in selection thing, so I'm gonna have to remove this and this. There we go. And of course, yeah, there is another one. Right, okay. So now I'm quickly going to write the rule seed code. So let's just add ruleseed.js here and add. Ooh, this is wrong. The style tag should be inside of the head. Does that mean this is also wrong in the Braille manual? That is quite embarrassing. I do apologize for this. That is incorrect HTML. So I'm going to quickly fix that. Okay, so now we want a script tag, which has a set default rules function. And as I explained before, we're just going to set the rules using that random number generator. And then here, we're just going to take the numbers from 1 to 30 this time. So I'm going to use the trick that you told me about earlier, Goofy, which is ... array and then the number, which in this case would be 30 .keys. And now we want to shuffle this up. So we're just going to do shuffle Fisher Yates that. And now we want the table cells, the TDs, which are all of the elements with the class name pos. I think I called it pos. Yes, pos. There you go. And then I can just iterate over them from 0 to 30, I guess, and set the TD at that position with the text of the possibility at position I. Alright, let's run this, and now all of these are shuffled. However, there is a 0 in here. I think I want this +1, so that, because humans start counting at 1, so that's what I'm gonna do. Identify which of the color channels contain the mangle in this position. Then touch the dot in the position given by the following table. And I have to clarify that this position is in reading order. Sorry to see you go, Epic Toast. See you on the next stream. Okay, then touch the dot in the position given by the following table. Dots are numbered in reading order. Okay. I think I'm pretty happy with this arrangement. The next thing that we need when we actually create the module is we need a list of words that we can use. And we need to make sure that the module will generate a mangled form of a word that doesn't accidentally decode to another valid word. Don't forget to update your unsorted list with the new things. Unsorted list. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but I do want to update the HTML here, because right now these are all empty table cells. So I'm just going to okay, what I'm doing here is I'm right-clicking and I'm choosing Inspect Element here, and then I can right-click this table thing, copy outer HTML, and then just paste that in here, and now all of the numbers are inside of the table tags. I can remove this tbody tag, which is optional, and obviously this will make no visible difference now, but now at least the HTML is valid without the JavaScript, which means that in the off chance that someone looks at it without the JavaScript, then they still get a valid manual. Let me move this to here so I can use that. Isn't horizontally flipped the same as upside down? No, horizontally flipped means that it is mirrored about the the vertical axis, the y-axis. Upside down means rotated 180 degrees. So that is not the same. Epic Toast is correct. If you do a horizontal flip and also a vertical flip in either order, then you get the same as upside down. What's the length of the word? Yeah, at the moment I think it's going to be 5 letters. 5 Braille letters, I should mention. Each Braille letter can have multiple, you can have words like, for example, forgiving. That would be 4, and then G, and then I, and then V, and then ing. So that would be 5 letters in Braille. So 4, G, I, V, and ing. But what do you think of backwards instead of horizontally flipped? You mean the entire word written backwards? Yeah, I suppose that would be a possibility. But we have 5 possibilities. I mean 10 possibilities now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and that's all we need. So I'm gonna stick with this list. Okay, so now let's close Visual Studio, which is still the previous module that I was working on. Let's take a look at this. Okay, I've already staged all of this, so now I'm going to run Unity for the first time. So now we can start creating the actual module. So let's go to Color Braille, obviously. The unsorted list is your small list on top. That's what I mean with update the unsorted list. Ah, thank you, thank you. Each of the 3 rows of dots may have been shifted, maybe upside down, maybe horizontally flipped, which actually I suppose I want to list that first, or each Braille dot may be inverted. Dots are so dots are non-dots and non-dots are dots. This sounds a bit, sounds a bit dumbed down, but I'd rather be super clear so that everyone knows what is meant by inverted. So I'm gonna do that. Right. So here's our Unity now. Apparently we have some compiler errors, so I'm just quickly gonna take a look at that. There is a good chance that ooh, that is not what I expected. I see. So the reason this happens is because I didn't run the other batch file, the MK thing. So this one creates these junctions, and as you can see, they all point into my copy of the KTANE modkit, and this includes the test harness and, of course, the scripts included with the these scripts will include things like the rule seed, the colorblind mode, stuff like that. Ooh, colorblind mode. I totally didn't think of that. We're gonna have to have a colorblind mode for this. So now if I go back to Unity, it's going to take a while to import all of the things that I've just included, such as the test harness and stuff. There you go, this is the test harness. And while this is running, let's take a look at what you have to say. Unity is reing. TP support is also something that I'm going to add at the end, yes. Did someone say TP? Okay, so now that the compiler errors are fixed, very good. So, the first thing that I want to do is I want to generate a list of reasonable English words that can be written in 5 Braille letters. And in order to do that, I'm first going to take a look at my KTANE stuff project, which contains a lot of code that I've written for a lot of other modules. And with a bit of luck, this may contain the code that I wrote to generate the list of words for the Braille module, the original Braille module. Alright, apparently I was working on hexamaze here at some point, so I'm going to comment that out. Instead of commenting this out, I should be diligent, and I should turn this into a method and call it like experiment, and then actually move that into... Oh, I see, those things underneath are part of it. So I'm going to make all of this part of that. So I'm going to call that experiment, and I'm going to move this into the hexamaze file. Hexamaze.experiment, generate method, go there, and then replace this with what I just pasted. Why is it it's complaining because it's private. There we go. Now we have that public method, and we have a clean source file here. Okay, so now let's take a look at Braille. I find words. I knew I had something like this. So in here, ooh, what is this? Okay, apparently I decided at the time that certain words shouldn't appear in the manual. So I guess for my experiment, I'm just going to copy this entire method and create a Color Braille. No, I don't want to rename that. I want to generate a new class in a new file. Generate a method called findWords and paste that in there. And now we make that a static. Okay, so we have some Braille related stuff here, which honestly, instead of duplicating this, I'm going to make this public, and this also, and then I'm going to call it this. So this is a raw representation. What is this? I see, this is actually an array of Braille letter things, which is very useful, right? Okay, so dots, I'm guessing, is a bit pattern. Let's quickly check. Yep, I'm using aggregate and some bit shifting here, so this is bit pattern. Least significant is top left dot. I'm pretty sure about that because it says here -1. Yep. Okay. And then bit, of course, is the bit of word, right? Which might be the letters FOR or something. So we now have this class, and we have a list of them. Okay. So I don't want any forbidden things for my Color Braille, and then here I'm just going to say braille.raw. Now, why am I generating a dictionary here? Okay. So this dictionary will contain the same Braille letter classes, but indexed by the bit part, which is the the bit of the word that. Okay, and then we generate a regular expression, which will determine whether. Whoops, undo that. I wanted to. Why is join string not recognized? Let's add this and this. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, this is old. This is not where I have it now. I have it under word lists now. I have a little word list here. Let me just quickly open this up. Right, so this is a list of English words sorted by their commonness, so it'll likely have very common words. But I think, yeah, there you go. I have a much more useful version of this here, with all of the words literally just listed. So I'm just gonna use that file. I think that's a neat idea. Try to add as many names from the Discord that can be done. I'm not such a great fan of that. I would rather like it to be English words. I'm not actually. I don't actually quite understand the fascination that people have with this. Using people's names. Okay, so we want words of at least 6 letters length. Now let me quickly read through this. Okay, so this I used this regular expression to parse, like, this file here. So I'm going to remove that because I don't need that anymore. I just want, right, so I do want them in lowercase, I believe, because too low. Oh, I see. There it is, too low invariant. Because the Braille information, like here, this is all in lowercase, and so presumably I wrote the rest of the algorithm to use lowercase. So let's see what I'm doing here. I'm getting all the words, distinct them, and then for each word I turn it into Braille by matching that regular expression, and then using the pattern of dots. Bingo. And then we have an array of integers, which is just the array of bit patterns. This is very good. Okay, so this okay, so apparently I used to consider words of different lengths, but I guess now I don't, so I'm just gonna have Braille length 5. Order by descending, I don't need this, they are all length 5 now. In fact, I think I'm going to order them by the actual word, like the original word, so .word. And this is a string, yep, that's probably the English word. And now we have a word, the Braille, and the index. Not quite sure why I need the index, so I'm just going to remove that. So we're just going to have an array of things containing a word and its Braille representation. So at this point, I'm going to get rid of all the rest of the code, and I'm going to output these. So let's just use this. We have words. Let's first see how many words there are. Let me make sure that this is the function that I call. It is. Let's compile this very quickly, and then hopefully this will tell me how many of these common English. There you go, 1,600. That seems like a good chunk. That is a very good point. So at the moment I'm only including words where at least one of the Braille letters encodes more than one letter. So if I do that, it'll probably be more than 1,600. It'll be 2,600. Okay, I'm kind of curious now. I think I want to take a look at this list. So I'm just going to file.write all lines, and I'm going to write it out to oh, I cannot type today, to a temp file, like this. Okay, so words are, of course, so these are the, right, okay. So for each of these information packages, we want the actual words. There we go. Okay, so now let's open this temp file. Okay, so these are the words that might come up. As far as I can tell, these look like reasonably common English words. I'm a bit surprised that some proper nouns, that's the term. I'm a bit surprised that some names of people come up in this list, but you know, if they're reasonably common, then I think this is fine. Alton, yeah, that is a bit of a weird word. Let's see what that means. Let's take a look at the dictionary. Alton, it's a city, and not a very famous one. Okay, so this is a bit unfortunate. Let's, because I know that I have a few other word lists here. Let's see about this one. That one, this is only, well, this is still 9,000 words. And let's see if this one has names in it. As far as I can tell, you know what, I'm going to use this file and just take a look at the results. Let's just run this through here. There we go, it's 1,555 words. Let's see if there are any names in here. I suppose that's technically a proper noun in English, but it's totally fine, I guess, as a word. Yeah, I don't see anything particularly bad in here. If you guys notice anything, then let me know, because I'm only skimming this. Arable means able to be cultivated in agriculture. You know, land may be arable, meaning you can grow crops on it. Wait, testing. You don't know about that word either. This isn't the first time that I run into this. That people somehow don't know the word arable. I thought it was a pretty common word. But anyway. Okay, so if you guys don't see any other particularly, you know, iffy words in here, I think this is the set I'm going to use. Clergy. Clergy is the set of people in a church or a church organization. Okay, so I think we're good with this. So I'm just gonna use this list. So for each of these, we want to output the you know, the word, because we will need the word for the logging, obviously. I think these are reasonably common words, Goofy. They're not totally rare words like Schadenfreude. So we're gonna need the actual word for the logging and of course the Braille thing, which we can express as the bit pattern. So I'm going to write all these lines as, let's see, we can use an interpolated string here. We can have the word and then the Braille. And now if I run this, of course, we need to join the string with commas, I guess. Okay, so now we have this. Now I want to turn this into valid C# code. So I'm going to generate a dictionary definition. So let's actually go to Color Braille, the module, and create a new file here. And I'm going to just call it Braille, no, word data, or just words, I guess. Words data. I never know what to call these things. So static class word data, and we're going to have a public static dictionary going from a word, which is just the string, to the Braille, which is of course an int array, right? And these are the words, and these words right, we do need the constructor here. Okay, and now we can put some markers here. I'm gonna say words start, and I guess I want some extra character there, and then words end. All right, and now I will show you a little helper function that I have here, which is that it's not even in file, it's in utils.replace in file. So I can give this function the path, which is going to be the let me just, because I had this in my clipboard. So I want to modify this very file, which is this, the wordsdata.cs file. The start marker is this, the end marker is this, and the new text is of course this, except that we want double curly brackets around it. We want the word in double quotes. I'm gonna use a verbatim string here, and then we want a comma, and then we want an integer array, which is gonna look like this, and then the end of that, and then a comma. Well, actually the last one can't have a comma, so we're gonna have to use this and then join this with a comma followed by a new line followed by the indentation, which is going to be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, I think. Let's quickly check that. There's 4 8, right, 4 more, so 12. 1 2 3 4. Now let's run this and open this file again, and here they all are. Okay, so apparently we now have duplicated the indentation, which means that my replace in file function is more clever than I remembered. It realizes that the starter is indented, so it indents the whole thing, which means that I don't need this. I only need the comma and the new line. So let's run this again, and then hopefully, bingo. And now we have a single dictionary consisting of all of these words. I'm also going to put a space after every comma, because that's, how I usually write arrays. Okay, and now we've generated ourselves a little C# file which will contain all of the words. Let's see what you guys have to say about that. Aren't your publics capitalized? Vermin string. Publics capitalized. Ah, thank you, that's a good point. Let me also change the namespace to Color Braille. Okay. Okay, I wanted Unity to notice that there is a new file, and apparently it's not complaining, so that's good. Let's reload this. And now, let's see if we can generate a puzzle. So what we need is we need 2 different words that are normal and a third one that is mangled in some way. And we need to make sure that the mangling does not does not change the meaning of the word. When you added the at, you said something, oh, verbatim. Let me explain, vermin. Let me explain what a verbatim string is then. Let me go to the main program. If I output a string like this, right, obviously This is just string. Now, if I want to put a double quote in here, like with double quotes, what do? If I just put the double quotes here, then obviously this is not valid, because C# will believe that the string ends here, and it will think that this is supposed to be C# code. So one way to do this is to put a backslash in front of the double quotes. This will work, and you can see that it actually outputs the double quotes without the backslashes. But I personally find this hard to read. So there is another type of string that you can use, which is a verbatim string. And the verbatim string is marked with an @ sign in front. And if I now remove, yeah, okay, so as you can see, it doesn't care about this backslash. In fact, let me prove to you that if I remove just the double quotes, that the backslash is actually a literal backslash. So this is why it's called a verbatim string, because the backslashes are verbatim, as in literal, directly, right. So how do we now put double quotes? Well, in a verbatim string, we can duplicate the double quote, and that will do it. So now the duplicated double quote encodes a single one. So I prefer this to make the double quotes more readable, and also, you know, if you wanted to use backslashes inside of a string, which is very common in file names, you may have noticed that when I did this here, you may have noticed that this is a verbatim string. If this wasn't a verbatim string, it would complain that all of these backslash something are unrecognized escape sequences, and I would have to duplicate all of the backslashes to make this work. Right, so it's much nicer to be able to just paste the path in here with the verbatim string in front. Does that answer your question? When you add, yeah, okay. Does that answer your question? So, in the meantime, hello Crazy Caleb, welcome to the stream. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to select 3 words. 3 words is going to, well, let's just use the, didn't I have a, oh, I see, I need using Color Braille. There you go. So we're going to use the words data.words. We're going to use the keys, which is just the, you know, the actual words, turn that into a list, shuffle that list, and then take the first 3. Okay, now we have an array. Let's see if this works first. So let's just output. Let's output a genuine, not colorblind, Color Braille. Okay, the red word is 3 words: 0, 1, and 2. And then let's run this. Let's open the scene which has the module in it. As you can see, the module is literally just, you know, standard bare module front plate. So we have a format exception. That's because I forgot to include the module ID here. Let's put that there and then run that. And now it will say the red word is stride, and then we have another format exception. Okay, why is that? Why did I change these? These are the numbers that I need to change, but these obviously are the indexes in each of these, so obviously that should stay at number 1. So let's run that again, and we now have the red word is tramp. It says red word each time, but there you go, it chose 3 different words. Okay, so let's just do this. And now let's decide on a mangling. The mangling is going to be a number from 0 to, well, I said there are 10, so I'm going to put 10. And we also need to decide which channel is going to be the mangled one. So we're going to decide on that. Do you need the verbatim string there? Maybe do a 2 upper. I think that's more readable. So this is similar to color editions. It's similar to a lot of modules that use the red, green, and blue channel. I think the first one, the first module of that kind was Simon Says. Is the 10 excluded? Yes, rnd.range has an excluded upper bound. Okay. So you said I should to uppercase this. I guess I can do that. Okay, and now for each mangling, you know, I'm going to declare a an enum type for the mangling. So I'm going to have an enum type, and it's going to have each of these. There we go. Right. Okay. Let's do this. I want to uppercase. All right. So let's just unindent this, and let's find a space followed by a single letter, which is W, like this. Let's do this, and let's uppercase all of those. And then let's remove all of the spaces. All right, so now we can have these as identifiers. We can put commas here and then auto format. There you go. Upside down has a dash in it, so let's quickly fix that. Okay, and now if I redo the switch and I do this, I get, okay, that's because I didn't cast the variable to the mangling type, mangling, which, by the way, I should probably put in the Color Braille namespace. Okay, so now this has the type mangling. So now if I do the switch statement again, it will now list all of the options here, and I can do each of them separately. Okay, we do not need this. Okay, so let's start at the top. The top row shifted to the right. Now this is interesting because let me show you why this is. Okay, so each Braille letter consists of 6 dots arranged in this kind of way, and we have 5 of those. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if in our integer arrays, like these integer arrays here, each number identifies the dots to use in bit order. So this is bit 0, bit 1, bit 2, bit 3, bit 4, bit 5. Now, in order to shift this all to the right, we would have to right. So we want to make sure that this bit is always not there. Okay, so we need to set shift bit 0 and bit 3 over to the next character. So I'm going to put the top row in a like Boolean array. So for each of the 5 letters, since I'm still not entirely sure if we're always going to have 5 letters, I'm going to declare an integer here so that I don't have to I don't have to hard code this. So if I want to change this later, I want to be able to just change this one number instead of having to go through the entire code to change everything. So I'm just going to use that from now on. So for each of the letters, I want 2 values, namely the 0th bit and the 3th bit. Now the 0th bit, so first of all the letter index. So the word, right? Okay, so the word to mangle is of course. I want to call it just word, so it's not too much typing. It's the one of the 3 words, and it's the one in the mangle channel. There you go. Okay, so from the words. No, I want the Braille for that. So I want word data dot words. Right. So since this is a dictionary, this will act as the key. It will look up the word in this dictionary. Excuse me. And then it will give me this integer array, and then that integer array will have the right number of letters. I'm gonna have to make sure that it has that number of letters. In fact, I might make sure of this now. If word.length is not equal to num letters, then throw new invalid operation exception. So this is just a sort of safeguard, so that if I forget to change, if I do change the number of letters, but I forget to update this list. I want to get this exception to remind me that I still need to do something. Okay, so for each letter, we want the 0th bit, which is, so this should be an integer, and we want the 0th bit, so that would be this. And then we also want the 3rd or 3rd bit, which so for readability, I'm going to say this is shift left 0, so it's actually the 0th bit, and then for this one is going to be the 3rd or 3rd bit. Okay, so this gives me the entire top row, and now I need to I need to declare another variable that will have the mangled word in it. And I think I'm going to have this start with the original unmangled word. And then I'm going to say for each letter. Alright, let's have this. LTS, I wanted LTR. So for each letter, so first of all, we want to remove those 2 bits from the mangled word. So mangled word of that letter is going to be, okay, the bit pattern I want now is I don't want the first bit, I do want the next 2 bits, and then I don't want this bit, and then I do want the next 2 bits. However, this is the least significant bit, so I actually need to write this backwards. So this is the number that I want. And I bet that this is going to complain. Yep, binary literals is not available in this version of C#. Unity uses a really ancient version of C#, so I'm going to convert this to hexadecimal, which is fortunately not too hard. This is a 3, and this is 2 plus 4, which is 8. So I can write this as 38. There you go. The X means hexadecimal. Okay. So it occurred to me now that if I shift the top row to the right, I want to make sure that the rightmost dot is actually empty, so that shifting it to the right doesn't lose it. So I'm going to say if top row. So it just occurred to me that this is a list of integers, but I want it to be booleans. So I'm going to say if this is not equal to 0, and if this is not equal to 0. There you go. Goofy, if you have any specific questions, please feel free to ask them, but you do need to word a specific question. I can't help you if you just say that I lost you. Feel free to just listen, that is fine. So if the last dot in the top row is, so that would be num letters, because the top row has 2 dots for each letter, right? So it's 2 times that minus 1. If that is the case, then we are going to have to try again, because that is not valid. So try again. There you go. The whole bit manipulation is a topic that is currently not in my scope. I thought I explained this pretty well, but I'm happy to go into more detail if you want me to. Shouldn't it be easier if you start from the right and work yourself into the left side? I suppose you could do that, Mr. Porky, but the way that I'm doing it now will be very, very easy to translate into the others. You know, if I think what you're suggesting is that I just go through the dots from right to left and just move them. I could do that, but then I will have to change that substantially in order to be able to do the other one that goes in the other direction. Okay, so I want to remove those 2 bits, which I've done here, and the next thing I need to do is I need to put in the shifted 2 bits. So if we are not in the first letter, then we can put in the first bit, which is this one here. Wait. Right, that's right. Okay, so if we're on the first dot of the first letter, then we don't want to do anything. But here, for example, we want to insert this dot, which is now So we need to. Okay, so the dot that we want is top row of that. No, it's the letter that we're in plus minus 1. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so if we're at the first letter, which is the second letter, you know, the letter with the index where LTR is 1, then 2 times 1 will be this, right? But what we actually want to put here is the dot that used to be here. So we're looking for that minus 1. So if that is true, if there was a dot there, then we need to add a bit at so we're at the start of the letter, so this is actually just that. That's right. Okay, and if we are not at the last letter, and wait, do we want plus 1 here? So if we're not at the last letter, then so we're now going to look at the second bit in a letter. And obviously this is the one that, wait a second, no, we do want, yeah, we don't actually want this condition, do we? We want to process all of these dots, including the last one. So for all of these we need to check if the previous one, which is top row 2 times letter. Oh. Oh. Okay, I've confused myself there. Okay. So if that is the case, then we need to move that. Yeah, that's right. So now that's just that. Okay, so let me try and explain what happened here, because this was actually a little complicated. So I'm going through each of the letters. Okay, so this is letter 0, letter 1, letter 2, letter 3, letter 4. Okay, and in this entire top row, for each of these dots, all except for the first one, I want to put a dot there if and only if there was a dot in the previous position in the original word, which it just occurred to me that instead of oh no, this is correct, this is correct. Okay, so the first thing I do here is I'm going to set both of these dots to like empty, like this, right? But I'm gonna keep this, but I'm setting them all to 0, and then if the previous dot, so I'm looking at this, I'm looking at one of these dots now, right? If the previous dot, which is this one here, that would be 2 times letter minus 1, if that was set, then we need to, so for example, if we're here, right, if this one was previously set, then we need to set this bit, and this bit is the 0th bit of that letter. So the 0th bit of that letter, that's what this does. It sets the 0th bit. And then we look at the others, which is the second part of each letter. Right? In these cases, we want to look at the thing that was left of it, which is of course the first bit for that letter. If that was a dot, then we need to set this bit, which is the bit number 3 for that letter. So that's what we're doing here. Okay, I hope that I did this correctly. You should make coding tutorials. This is very interesting. I have actually considered making coding tutorials, but it's actually very difficult to think of things to talk about if you don't have a specific thing to make. You know, right now I'm making a KTANE module, so I have something to do. Okay, so this is how we shift the top row to the right. Now I'm going to change this code so that I can shift any of the rows to the right. So I'm just gonna copy, not copy, but move both of these other conditions here, and now the row that I want to modify is yeah, I have an idea. Okay, this is a little trick. Let me show you a little trick that I sometimes do. So the row to modify, the row index, could be either 0, 1, or 2. 0 would be the top row, 1 would be the middle row, and 2 would be the bottom row. Let's assume that it is 0, but now if the case is the middle row, then we're just going to set that to 1, and if it's the bottom row, then we're going to set it to 2, and then we're just going to defer to this other case that handles the top row. Okay, so now that we're here, we can now assume that row ix has the correct index, because if the top row is supposed to be shifted to the right, then it will still have the value 0 that we assigned here. Okay, so the row is actually going to be this. So for the top row, it's going to be 0 and 3. Then for the next row, it's going to be 1 and 4. And for the bottom row, it's going to be 2 and 5. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add row index here. Okay, and then here we're just going to shift this. So what I'm doing here, let me explain this, because this, remember how I said that I wanted to get rid of the top bit, so I needed 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, except, backwards, so it would be 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0. Now, if I actually want to remove this row, then the number that I want is this, but shifted left 1. But now it occurs to me that actually I need to add another bit here when I do that. So I need to do something like this. These numbers here, I could remove them, but they don't matter, because they're not going to be bits anyway, and I don't care if they are there. So when I use the AND, these are going to zero out anyway, because the dot pattern is definitely going to have a 0 there. So I'm not going to bother with these, but I do need to bother with this. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take this number, and then I'm going to shift it back to the right. So this number consists of 2 hexadecimal digits. This one is 1 plus 4, which is 5, plus 8. 5 plus 8 is 13, and 13 in hexadecimal is a delta. And then this one here is 8 plus 3, which is 11, which is Bravo. I hope I am not wrong here. And I'm just going to risk it and put delta Bravo here. In fact, no, I don't have to risk it. Let's... yeah, this is not the project I wanted. Let's go to our KTANE stuff. Here we go. And so we've done our very common words thing. In fact, we moved this, we moved this into fine words, so let's just change this here. So what I can do here is I can just convert, no, I want to convert it to a string. So I'm going to start with this number, dB in hexadecimal, and then here there is an overload which takes a number base, there we go, int 2 base. Right, so I can just specify a 2 here, and then it will output this in binary, and as you can see, 1101, 1011. That is indeed the number that I wanted. So dB is correct. Okay, now instead of shifting it left, I want to shift it right, and obviously I want to shift it right 2 for the top row, 1 for the middle row, and 0 for the last row, so that's 2 minus that. Okay, so now, if... okay, so here again I need to add the row index. And that should be it. I think this is correct. Okay, so now the same code can do all three rows. And now I'm going to do the same thing with shifting to the left. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this code, shifting to the left, 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 left. Okay, so it is complaining now that I'm reusing a local variable called row, which I've already used here. In order to avoid this, or to mitigate this, I'm just going to put all of this into curly brackets, so that this variable row gets its own scope. So now this variable row is valid only for this block. So we can reuse the same name. Okay, so this part is going to be the same thing. That's interesting. That entire line of code is the same thing. I'm tempted to find a way to not have to duplicate it, but for now I think we're gonna keep it. So now we want to make sure that the first one is not already a dot. In that case, go to try again. And And now we go through them and we need to do the same in reverse. So first of all, the 2 bits that we need to remove are still the same ones, right? It's inserting things that we want to do. So now if we are, this condition is going to move to the second row and it's going to check if it's the last letter. Okay, so let's look at the first dot first. Okay, so we are now, right, what am I doing? We are now facing this kind of situation, right, where this is the one that gets shifted out. Okay, so if we are on the left bit, the left dot of a letter, then this one should be set if the corresponding letter on the right is set. So if the next letter is set, the next bit is set, then we need to set this. Yeah, because this is, we're looking at the first bit, and the first bit is of course bit 0 plus the row index. I am really surprised by how little I need to change this code. You know, maybe there is a way to make it just one block of code, but for now I'm going to leave it like this. So if we're not on the last letter, then so this bit here is not going to exist, right? So we don't care about this one. But for all the other ones, for all the other sort of rightmost bits in each letter, we need to check if the one after that was a letter. Now that after that is going to be 2 times the letter plus 2, isn't it? Yes, because, okay, so if we're here, then 2 times letter is going to be this dot, and we need to go plus 2 to find the one to the right of that. Okay, so if that is set, then we need to set this. So this is still correct. Okay, the rest is going to be reasonably easy. Each letter upside down, horizontally flipped, vertically flipped, dots are inverted. In fact, dots are inverted is the easiest. It's literally just mangled word. I'm just going to go through all the letters, for letter 0 to num letters. Mangled word of that letter is equal to the inverse of that, and then with certain bits, you know, because we only want this bottom 6 bits, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is, whoops, this is going to be the hexadecimal digit f, and this is a 3, so I'm just going to put 3f, I mean 0x3f. So that will invert the dots. Right. Now I'm gonna move on to the other manglings later. For now, I want to see if this actually works. So I'm going to output a log message. So first of all, the mangled channel is, well, it's going to be either red, green, or blue, depending on what mangled channel is. There you go. And then the unmangled braille for that word is word of that mangled channel. Okay, so this is a list of integers. Now we want to make this readable as braille, right? So we need to change the bit pattern into the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm going to I'm quickly going to write a quick function, string to readable. No, let's call it braille numbers, to braille numbers. There you go. And we put in the bit pattern. Okay. So what I want, oh yeah, this should. It's not complaining anymore. I guess I can make it static because it's not going to use any variables. So for each of the 6 dots in this pattern, we want to check whether the bit pattern at this bit position is there. Okay, so this will give us a list of booleans, right? Yeah, this will give us a list of booleans, and now I want to turn each of these into digits. So if that is the case, then it's going to be bit plus 1 to string, right? So the least significant bit is bit 0, so +1 will give us 1, and that is, the dot number 1. And if the bit is not set, then I'm just gonna say null, or rather empty string. That'll probably work, and then I'll just join these, and that should do it. Let's see if that works. So this word, 2 Braille numbers. I should probably also write 2 Braille numbers for an entire word, which of course is an int array. So this is going to be bitpatterns.select bitpattern 2 Braille numbers of that bit pattern, and then join these with, I don't know, commas, slashes. How does the original Braille module output the Braille? I don't think it does it? I'm kind of curious now. Whoops, Braille. Let's go here and take a look at this. Yep, save that. Let's find us the log messages. Braille patterns on module, there we go. And it uses semicolons. Okay, so I'm going to copy the same convention and put a semicolon here. Okay, so the unmangled Braille is that, and then the mangled Braille is mangled word. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe I should also say what the actual mangling is supposed to be. The mangling is mangling. Run that. Okay, so the mangling is each letter vertically flipped, which we haven't implemented. So let's run this again until we get one. Oh, it's vertically flipped again. Now we have the top row shifted to the right. Okay, so the mangled channel is blue, so induce. So let's check this. Let's see what induce is in Braille. Right, I'm gonna use. I'm gonna do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I, N, D. Oof, what was D? I think this was D. No, I think this was D. I'm gonna look this up. I can have it. I can look up here. There you go. And then the U is this. Oh, I see. I and N are a single letter, and it's this, I believe. Yes, I was right. There you go. So we want another letter here for the Charlie and then the Echo. So this should be the unmangled Braille. There you go. Aha! It says just 3, 4, 6, which is not what I expected. But okay, the mangled Braille should be with the top row shifted to the left, right? It should look like this. So let's see if that's correct. It is 3, 4, 5, that is correct. Then we have 1, 4, 5, that is correct. Then we have 3, 4, 6, that is correct. 1 and 4 is correct, and 5 is correct. Alright, we've done the mangling correctly. Now, why is that first log message wrong? The unmangled Braille is word. Oh, I see. I want the whole word. So I guess at this point, when I'm done with the other mangling, I'm going to rename this variable to unmangled word. Alright, so let's just run this again. Let's actually check if another row, because I wrote the top row shift first. Maybe I want to, there you go, bottom row shifted to the right. Let's take a look at that. Alright, let's put this back here, change all the hashes back to dots. The mangled channel is green, which is grasp, which is just 5 letters. Alright, so G, and then R, A, S, and then P. I think P was this. Let me quickly check that. Yes, I was right. Very good. And now the bottom row shifted to the right. Alright, so that goes here, that goes here, and that goes here. So we end up with, let's see, 1, 2, 4, 5 is correct, 1, 2, 5, 6 is correct, 1 is correct, 2, 4, 6 is correct, and 1, 2, 4, 6 is correct. I believe that the mangling is working correctly. Okay. I also need to make sure that the mangled word isn't accidentally another valid word. So if in our words data there is any word whose Braille, whose value, which is the Braille, is the same sequence of integers as the mangled word, then we need to try again. And this will probably happen extremely rarely. The unmangled Braille had the same bits as the mangled. Wow, how did you notice that? Ah, okay. Right, but we determined that the mangled one is correct, which means that it's just the log message for the unmangled one. Oh, I see. Aha, so this is interesting. This is a case of what I explained to you just a few days ago, Goofy. So I will explain it on the stream so everyone can see. So what happened here is that this assignment here is wrong. This is not what I want. What's going on here is that word is an array, but the variable word doesn't contain the array itself. It contains a reference to the array. And what this assignment here does is it copies only the reference to the other variable. So mangled word now points at the same array. So all of the modifications that we make here to the mangled word array will also affect the word variable because it points to the same array. There's only one array that we're modifying. So in order to mitigate this, I have to create a copy of this array by doing this. Hello, Nasco, welcome to the stream. So with that out of the way, hopefully now the unmangled Braille is different from the mangled one. Top row shifted to the right. Okay, let's see. 1, 5. So 1 would become a 4. 1 would become a 4. This 1 would become that 4. And this 4 would become this 1. This 1 becomes that 4. And this 1 becomes that 4. So that is correct. Also make sure that you can't bottom row shift something that has a completely empty bottom row. Oh, that is a very good point, because there are quite a lot of letters where the entire bottom row is empty. There's also this, and yeah, I guess that's it. That is a very good point, Goofy. We are going to do that. So if this row is entirely empty, so R is all false, go to try again. Let's see, or. And we can do the same thing here, just or that. There you go. Welcome back, Ray. There was one with an entire top row missing. The same goes for top and middle, of course. Well, middle row is going to be very rare because there aren't many Braille letters that have, you know, an empty middle row. This is it. Okay, admittedly with SCH and ing, U is the only vowel. You know, I'm not saying this can't happen. I'm just, you know, I'm just out of pure interest. Oh, A, I missed A. Thank you. And Charlie. Very good. Okay, so you do actually have two vowels, the uniform and the Charlie. So we could have something like, for example, mucking. There you go, mucking. M, U, except that I think CK, no, surprisingly CK does not have a set of dots. That's interesting. Okay, so M-U-C-K and then the ing thing, that would be a 5-letter word with a middle row empty. Very good observation. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's implement the remaining 2 manglings. I'm quickly going to have a drink because my mouth is starting to feel really dry. I will be back in 1 second. And now I am back with a drink, which I'm going to pour myself right here, on screen, live. If I had a webcam, I would let you watch. But unfortunately, the webcam that I ordered, And I ordered a webcam like 6 weeks ago, I believe. And this webcam has still not arrived. And I was told that the reason for that, I was not told by the distributor, but I was told by people in general that the reason this is because webcams are totally undersupplied right now, because everybody is ordering webcams in order to be able to do work from home. So webcams are being ordered all across the country, left, right, and center. And so the supply of webcams is thin. Okay. I'm almost done here. So to give a quick summary of what we've done so far, we've created a blank project here with a blank module plate on it, and we've started the scripting. Oh yes, and of course we've created a manual. So I'm going to put this manual up on the screen for you to read while I do this drinking. I should have done this sooner, my apologies. I will also need to do an SVG at some point, I guess. Okay. With that out of the way, I'm going to leave this on the screen for just a few more moments for those of you who are still trying to read it. If you have any questions about it, questions, comments, concerns, or suggestions, feel free to ask them in the chat, which I guess I'll do it like this so we can see both. Hello MCD, welcome to the stream. Yes, I am making a new module. Who are you and what did you do with Timwe? Well, I will tell you who I am. I am the Timwe that is back from the past, who has displaced the the Timwe who has become disillusioned is the wrong word. What do you call it? Burnt out, that's the word. I was burnt out with Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes for quite a while, like maybe a year or so. And after that hiatus, now I think I'm interested again in making KTANE modules. Okay, flavor text for the module. This doesn't feel right, but at least it looks good. That is actually a pretty good idea. I think I'm gonna take that for now, until I can think of something even better, which may not happen, in which case I will use this. Okay, so first of all, this doesn't feel right, but at least it looks good. Alright, let's make this readable again. Additional check for upside down and the 2 flips that the result is not the same as the original. Ah, that is a very good point. We need to make sure that you don't get a word that consists entirely of letters that are rotationally symmetric, is what you're saying, right? Because no, wait, actually, Okay, which of these letters are actually the same, both flipped and rotated? I don't think any of them are. But I suppose if you have something that consists only of symmetric ones like these, then unmangled is indistinguishable from rotated. But it's only those 3. But yeah, I think you're right. I need to make sure that... You know, now that you mention this, what I could do is I could actually just perform all of the mangling and then see which ones of them are unique and different from the original, and then pick at random from those. I think GG vertically, yeah, of course. I know some of them are like 4 as well. Vertical flipping is actually quite, I mean, vertical symmetry seems to be quite common. What else? Yeah. Okay, so GG vertically flipped is just a single G, I think is what you mean, right? If you vertically flip this one, you get this one. But that's okay because we've already checked here that the mangled word isn't accidentally, another valid word. So it is actually okay to have the GG turn into G, just as long as the Braille that comes out doesn't form a valid word. Right, so, alright, enjoy your dinner, Mr. Porcu. As for me, I'm going to continue. So I'm going to do what I just said. I'm going to implement all of the manglings, and then pick the ones that are both unique and don't happen to be a valid word. So let's remove this, and then we say so the mangled words is going to be enumerable range 0 to 10, which is the number of manglings. I should probably also have a constant for this so that I can change it at some point later. So num manglings. So for each of these, select. Yeah, I just want copies of the word. One for each mangling. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to turn this into a list, and then I can just do this. So for each, now let me show you another cool thing here. I can do enum dot get values and then type of mangling. So this way I don't actually need this. What this does is it gets me all of the values that I've declared right here. So if I add another one, then that will automatically become part of this. And now I'm just going to iterate over all of these. And I should probably put this back in here, mangling. And then close curly. Right, there you go. So for each now unfortunately this returns array because, I don't want to have to explain this right now, but I just need to cast it to a mangling array and then that will work. Okay. So here I'm going to take a copy of the original word, so mangled word equals word.toArray. And then at the end of the switch, I'm going to say mangled words.add mangled word. And then at the end, I have a list of mangled words. And then I want to filter them, so the filtered mangled words. So I want all of the words which are unique and don't accidentally form. You know what? I'm going to use remove all for this. Remove all. So I want to remove all of the words where if mangled words. Okay, unfortunately, I'm gonna do this differently. I'm going to go through the array from, not array, through the list, right? I'm going to go through the list from back to front and check each mangled word, and if it is, unsuitable, then I'll remove it. So, first of all, if the mangled word at position I occurs, oh wait. No, I have another idea. I'm sorry for this back and forth. Did you know punch your mic? Are you... Oh, did you just punch your mic? I see. I may have accidentally touched it, and because the mic is relatively sensitive, that will cause, quite a sound. I do apologize for that. Okay, so first of all, let's see how many times this exact word happens. So in mangledwords.count, we want to see how many of these mangled words are exactly equal to the word that we are examining, right? So if that count is greater than 1, then we definitely need to remove this. And then also, if there is any key value pair in our words data, that equals the word that we are examining, then we also want to return true. Otherwise, we need to return false. So I guess I'm going to return true if this is the case, or this is the case. There you go. Okay, now C is used only once, so we can, so we can inline that. And then we can turn this into a single condition. Okay, so we want to remove all of the mangled words where the count of other words that are exactly the same is greater than 1, so that's all of the duplicates. And we also want to remove all of the words where any of the other words in the dictionary, or literally words in the dictionary, are equal. Okay, so we're removing any word that is the same when manipulated. Yes, exactly. So just on the off chance that it generates something where, for example, you know, now that I think about it, if this is the case, we don't actually technically need this condition anymore. Because if the middle row is empty and we try to shift the middle row to the side, it will generate a duplicate. So I guess I do want to remove this condition, because then this go to try again will yeah, let's actually do that. So first of all, if this is the case, then we don't want to try again. And if this is the case, you know, actually, instead of go to try again, we can say continue, which will just continue to the next mangling. So this mangling will just not be in the list to begin with. So I think that that is a good way to handle this. But wait, if we do this, then it will... no, this is dangerous, because now on the off chance that shifting the middle row gives you the same as one of the other mangles, like vertical flipping or so. No, so I'm going to do what I was going to do, which is that I'm going to continue only if there is a dot that would be shifted out. But in other cases, I'm just going to run through the mangling, and then, you know, it will generate a duplicate if this condition is true. And then, you know, the code where I filter out the duplicates will get rid of that. Okay, so now I can finally do this. So we want each letter upside down. So why can't do a sequential read for the entire thing? And if any Braille bit is different, then just use that word. I don't understand. Please rephrase. I don't understand the question. Okay, so each letter upside down. So I need to think about how to upside down this. Okay, so each letter, let's look at each individual letter now, has these bit numbers. There we go. And we want to change it into this. Do we? Wait, upside down means, yeah, that is correct. Right, we want it this way. So, mangled words. Right, so I'm just going to use, because each letter individually is going to be upside down. Right, so this is going to be, it just occurred to me that here I can actually just use the original word. Despite this, you know, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I want the 0th bit. I want the 0th bit, and I want to shift it to the 5th bit. So that would be shift left 5. So let's put parentheses around this whole thing. Okay, so the first bit gets shifted to bit 5. And let's parenthesize that again. And then also, the next bit after that needs to get shifted to position 4, but it's already in position 1, so we actually need to shift it left by 3. And then the next one shift by 1, so that bit number 2 becomes bit number 3. And then the next one we need to shift right 1. And then the next one we need to shift right 3. And finally, the 5th bit we need to shift right 5 so that it ends up in position 0. So that should be upside down done. Now horizontally flipped is kind of similar, except that 0 and 1 swap. And so let's do this. So the 0th bit gets shifted to bit position 1, and the 1th bit gets shifted to bit position 0. So this is all just going to be left 1, right 1, left 1, right 1. There you go. Okay. Um, we could, in theory, abbreviate this. I can think of a way to abbreviate this, but it's not necessary. It would only make it harder to read. Now, in order to vertically flip this, the 0 bit needs to become the 2 bit, and then we get this pattern. Alright, so the 2 bit becomes the 2 bit. The 1 bit actually stays the same, so we can remove the shift for that. And then the 2 bit needs to go to the 0 bit. Okay, and then we have the same pattern again. This bit goes here, this stays in its place, and this goes to here. So 5 becomes 3 and 3 becomes 5. Yep, that looks correct. Also, please fix the first sentence in your manual. What's wrong with the first sentence in the manual? Let's take a look. This module will show 30 colored dots. Thank you. Each dot is in a color that is composed of a red, green, and blue component. Decompose these color channels to obtain 3 5-letter words written. Okay. When we are done, this decomposition of the color channels, I'm tempted to add the appendix from Simon Says, which has this useful chart here. So I guess I will include that. Okay. For each Braille bit, if the ith bit of the normal Braille word is different than the ith bit of the mangled bit, then use it. I still don't understand what you're trying to say. Okay. Okay, so now we have a list of mangles. We've removed all the ones that we don't want, and now if we are left with no mangled words at all, this is the only time when we need to go to try again. Which means that, if this ever happens, then this means that there is a word in our dictionary in which no mangling is satisfactory. So in theory, we could actually just filter the entire list, but I would prefer to still have this check in it just in case. So I might as well keep at this. All right. So now we want one of the manglings. Okay. So now the mangled word list contains the mangled words, but not what mangling it is. So I need to remember what it is. So I'm just going to create a quick sealed. Well, actually, I'm going to make it a struct. Mangled word info, which consists of a public integer array with the mangled word, and of course the mangling. Let's use that. And now in our mangled word list, I'm going to have a I misspelled that. Let's put that L in there, mangled word info. And then when I add it to the list here, I'm going to instantiate this with mangled word equal to that, and mangling equal to the actual mangling, which is the for each loop variable. And now we need to remove all of them where the word, the mangled word of one, is equal to the mangled word of the other, and the mangled word is a valid other word. Okay, now random or choice, right? Mangled word. I'm just going to call it mangled. Now I can't say mangled word because I've already used that variable name here. So chosen word. Let's do that. Let's choose an index first, which is in the range 0 to mangled words.count. Unless, wait a second, I think we have a pick random. There we go. Let's actually use that. So the chosen word is just picked at random from the list of mangled words. Alright, so the mangled channel is that. The mangling is chosen word.mangling, mangling. The unmangled braille, okay, we also need the original word. So the original word. Actually, wait, the original word is literally just word right here. right? The word doesn't change between manglings, obviously. So we don't actually need this field. I can remove that again. So the unmangled Braille is actually just that, and the mangled Braille is the chosen word dot mangled word. Now if I run this, I should be... there we go. Okay, I'm going to keep running this until I get one where it's not the row shift, but instead each letter horizontally flipped. Let's see if that worked. So obviously 1 and 2 are still 1 and 2, but 3 flips to 4, that's correct. 1 flips to 2, 5 flips to 6, 2 flips to 1, 3 and 4 remain the same, 3 and 4 remain the same, and here 1 and 2 are the same, 4 flips to 3, and 5 and 6 are the same. So the mangled Braille now looks like this. Right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that was bad. I should have paid attention there. So the mangled Braille, I'm just going to quickly check what it would look like if we were to decode it as Braille. So we get 1, 2, 4. 4 is this one. Oh. Wait a second. It's supposed to be horizontally flipped. This is wrong. This is wrong, wrong, wrong. Horizontally flipped means that 1 goes to 3. Ah! It is not actually wrong, but I just interpreted it wrong. So 1 is supposed to go to 4, and 2 is supposed to go to 5. Aha, 2 is supposed to go to 5. So this did not actually work correctly, the horizontal flipping. I messed this up. So let's take a look at this. Each letter horizontally flipped. Of course. What am I doing here? This is completely wrong. Okay, so let's take a look at horizontal flipping again. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wants to change into 3, 0, 4, 1, 5, 2. Which means that the 0th bit becomes the 3rd bit, so shift left 3, and then the 1th bit becomes the 4th bit, which is also shift left 3, right? And then the other ones are shift right 3. Can you please give another example for horizontally and vertically flipped? I guess I'll just run the code again and look for another horizontal. Bingo! Then we have another horizontally flipped. So the original word would have been pepper. So we have P, E, P, P, and then ER. Whoops. ER would be that. Okay, so this is the unmangled word. And now if we horizontally flip each letter, then this goes here, this goes here, and then this goes here, this goes here, and this goes here. Okay, so now if we try to read this as Braille, we would get, let's see, TH, and then I, and then we have another TH, and then this big fat blob, which is, the mirror image of this. Does that exist? It's not even in the table. So that's good, because it's not even valid Braille, so you instantly know that's the mangled one. Very good. Yeah, vertically flipped means it's along a horizontal axis, and horizontally flipped means it's across a vertical axis. Yes, that is correct. That is, I believe that is what horizontally flipped means. The reason being that when people think of the flipping, they think of the direction in which the things move. And when you flip something about a vertical axis, then things move horizontally. Does that make sense? So that's why that is called horizontally flipped. Okay. So with that out of the way, I do want to check that vertically flipped also works properly. So vertically flipped is like this, right? This changes into 2, 1, 0, and then 5, 5, 4, 3. Except that, you know, when it's Braille letters, then it would be like this. I mean, Braille numbering. So let's do this. So 1 becomes 3 and 3 becomes 1. So let's look at this. The 2 stays the 2, the 3 becomes the 1, and the 4 becomes the 6. That seems to be working here as well. 4 becomes 6, 1 becomes 3, the 5 does indeed stay the same. Then we have this here, 2 stays the same, and the 1 becomes the 3, 5 stays the same, and the 4 becomes the 6. So I believe that this is correct. Alright. I don't know who invented that, but I don't find it confusing at all, for the reasons that I've explained. In fact, have you ever played, what was it called, decolored? No, discolored squares. Okay, this actually says mirror about the axis, so that one doesn't use the phrase horizontal flipping, so I guess that's probably clearer to you then. Okay, so now that we've done all the mangling and we've chosen a mangled word, we should now be able to output the LEDs. So let us create some LEDs. Now I was hoping to make these LEDs look reasonably unique, so I'm going to do some design on these later. But for now, just to get the module working, I'm going to reuse the LEDs from Light Cycle. So I'm going to open Light Cycle. And hopefully I can literally just copy the model and everything. We will see if that's the case. So here we have, under miscellaneous, I guess, there you go, we have, yep, so this is the socket for the LEDs, which is probably just a cylinder, right? There's probably nothing special about it. So let's go, let's go to models, paste it in here. It doesn't let me just copy and paste that. Okay, fine then. Let's go to Explorer and copy this into Color Braille Assets Miscellaneous. Okay, and then we go here. Pretty sure I can delete this. Let's move that into models. There you go. Okay, so we now have that LED socket. I also want to copy the materials. Let's go to materials here, and this material here, let's show that in Explorer and copy this file over to here. Oops, I want to go here. And then I'm going to put that LED socket thing in here. Right, use only the inner object there, like that. And then go back to the inspector and assign the material, which is here. Right, okay, that seems to have worked. Okay, so now let's do the rotation. So we want this 90 degrees rotated. Maybe we want negative 90 degrees. No, because apparently, oh, yes, okay, we do want that. Okay, and then we want it very much smaller, obviously. Like this. We probably need it even smaller, so I'm gonna make it 0.02. That is too small, obviously. Okay, let me resume the restore the normal view like this. I should probably raise this to where the module is. I can't remember the exact coordinate. Let me just rotate this around. Okay, so it's way too high up. I think it was something like this. There we go. That is exactly on the surface. So that's perfect. So let's again restore the view. There we go. And now make it a reasonable size. For example, 0.05, I guess. There we go. Let's apply this. Now we want 30 of these. I'm going to do this in code. I don't want to do this by hand. Okay, so I'm going to declare myself a little thing here, Color Braille module. This will create a menu item in Unity which I can use to invoke the code that I'm about to write. So I guess I should probably public game object. Oh, I should probably actually put an LED on it before I start copy and pasting it, right? But anyway, let's have a game object for that. There you go. You can click on the blue Z and then the green Y in the top right to set the camera perfectly. Oh! Thank you. Oh, that is perfect. I didn't even realize that. Aha. Thank you, Goofy. That is very useful. I will try to remember that. What does the middle block do? Ah, okay, that changes between perspective and isolinear, I see. Okay. Ah, it even shows me what direction I'm looking at it from. Very good. Thank you, Goofy. Very helpful. Okay, so I want to add an actual LED, and that will be a sphere. So let's give it a mesh filter with the sphere, give it a mesh renderer, and create a new material. Let's use white LEDs for now. This should be the unlit. No, what was it? Mobile unlit? No. GUI? No. Unlit. There you go. Unlit color. Okay. So this is the material. So we assign that material over here. We put that here. And now we have a white LED. Let's press apply and save and make this LED reasonably okay. Interesting that it's a bit further down. Oh, it looks like the cylinder is not actually exactly on the top of the module. I am a little surprised by that, but it's not that big a deal. I'll just make it 0.014, and then this one here. Nope. Nope. Bingo. Alright, 0.1. Aha, perfect. Yeah, so 0.1 seems to be perfect. So let's just click this. Ooh, I do need to do this though. And now make the LED just very slightly bigger. Let's make it this kind of size. There you go. Okay, so that looks like a nice little dot. What do you guys have to say? By the way, if you ever run into the bug that when you zoom to the module just a bit and it starts vanishing, select the module and press F to focus on the module again. Press F. Okay. Right. Apparently pressing F is the same as double clicking on the module in the hierarchy. So since I like shortcuts, thank you for letting me know. That's a very useful shortcut to know. I think I do want this a little bigger. Let's make this 0.14. Yeah, that looks much better. Alright, apply this. And now let's do the code. So I'm going to assign this LED socket game object here, apply this, save, and then write some code. So the x coordinate is going to go from 0 to, because we have 5 letters, so it's going to be 10 columns. And then the y coordinate, there's going to be 3 rows. But we do want them in columns because Braille numbers them in columns, so I'm going to reorder it like this. Okay. And then we want to create a new object, which is an instantiation of the LED. We're going to give this the name. A name that consists of the letter it's in and the Braille number. Right? The letter it's in is x divided by 2, and the Braille number is 3 times the column it's in within the letter, plus the row it's in, plus 1. Okay, so let's call that LED something. Right, and then the local position, transform.local position, we're going to set that in a second. I'm also going to set the parent to the parent of the original LED template, I guess is what you could call it. Okay, so the x coordinate is going to be. So since we have 10 columns, none of them is going to be in the exact middle. Let me see what kind of range I wanted to be in. Whoops. I wanted to move the LED socket. There we go. Okay, so it's gonna go somewhere from negative 0.07 to positive 0.07. Right, so 0.07, let's try and remember that, revert that. 0.07. So it's going to start at negative 0.07, and then that means the entire extent is going to be 0.14, except because there are 10 LEDs, there are going to be 9 gaps between them, so it's a ninth of that times the X position. I think this should be correct. Now we need to make all of these floats. So that is the X position. The Y position, is always going to be 0.014. Now the Z position is going to be, it's going to be either 0 or let's say 0.02. That sounds about right. Revert that. So 0.02. Wait, is it? Yeah, that direction is the positive direction, which means we need to subtract 0.02 times y. Okay. And then, of course, the local rotation is none, and the local scale is this. Alright, so now that I've written that, I'm going to wait for Unity to compile that. If you pay close attention to the mouse cursor, you can see that it flashes up the sort of loading cursor for a brief moment, and when that is done, you know that it is done. So apparently the rotations are wrong. Right, it should be negative 90. So here, I guess I'm going to use Euler angles for that. So x was that, right, and then y z. So now I have to wait for it to... I saw the flash on the mouse cursor, so let's do this, and here we are. Okay, now this looks nice and regular, but I think I want more spacing between the Braille letters. I did use the same rotation. I know I could have just gotten the rotation from the object, but either way, it doesn't matter. So I want a little bit more spacing between the letters. So let me see how to calculate that. I want it to look kind of more like this. Okay, so if I want this to be at negative 0.07 here, and I want this to be at 0.07, how do I best do this? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 gaps between the letters. Okay, so the whole extent is 0.14, right? And if we... I have an idea. I'm going to change this to 0.6 and then have that mean the middle of the letter, right? So the full extent is going to be 0.12, so we start at negative 0.12, and then we want a quarter of that, because there are 4 gaps between the letter, times the letter we're in, which is x divided by 2. Okay, and then we want the left and right. So we want so if we are on the left column of a letter, then that would be equal to 0, in which case we want to subtract, I don't know, I'm just going to put some random number here. So I think this should be fine. Let's try this. Let's revert that. Wait for it to compile. There is a compiler error. Okay, right, it's because I forgot to do all the floats again. This is a little annoying. but I have been told that it's necessary. Okay, that works, and now that. Okay, so that's wrong. The reason this is wrong is because okay. No, actually I don't know. So we start at negative 0.12, and then we add, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 gaps, which means that should So when x is equal to 9, then x over 2 is going to be equal to 4. So this will give you 0.06. Right, that should be 0.12. Yeah, because the full extent of and this is that's completely wrong. We wanted to start on the far left, and then this is the okay. So I just swapped those two numbers. Okay, so let's revert this, and then do that. Okay, so clearly the horizontal separation between the letters is too great. But also, I feel that the leftmost letter could be way more to the left. So I'm gonna change this again to 0.07 and 0.14. Oh no, that's a coincidence that it looks the same, right? So it just occurred to me that if the vertical separation is 0.02, but the horizontal separation, oh yeah, there's also 0.02, so that should be fine then. Alright, let's revert this and run this. Okay, so clearly the horizontal separation between the letters is still greater than the between the dots within a letter is still greater than between the letters, so I'm going to have to reduce it to, for example, 0.07. Let's change that, and then of course I want the vertical to be basically the same, which is twice that, so it would be 0.014. Alright, let's click revert, wait for the compiler, and then run it. Okay, bingo. We now have 5 Braille letters from left to right. Okay, this is looking really good. Okay, now one last thing that I want to do is I want to I want the mesh renderers for all of the LEDs in a single array, so that I can, just change the materials. And also it just occurred to me that I actually want all of them to be KM selectable. So actually maybe I should do that now before I copy them. Alright, let's not focus on the LED. Focus on this. There you go. Okay. So let's make this a KM selectable so that we can actually click on it. So we add a component called KM selectable, and it will have none of these things, but the parent. I knew there was one thing I needed to set, and then of course it needs a highlight. And for this highlight, I'm going to steal, quote unquote, the highlight for the button in light cycle. That is literally just a disk. You can see it here. It's literally just a flat circle. So let's open this in Explorer, copy that file to Color Braille, assets, miscellaneous, models. Put it in models. There you go. And I guess at this point I can close light cycle. I can always open it again if I need it. Let's add a mesh filter here. Give it the disk thing. And then add a mesh renderer just temporarily, just to see what it looks like. Apparently it's not showing right now, so let's apply this so that I don't forget to save it. So it's currently not showing, and I bet the reason it's not showing is because we're looking straight at it. Let's change that to a 90 degrees angle, move it very slightly up. No, that wasn't up. That is also not up. There we go. So why is it not showing? It's probably not showing because it's facing the wrong way. If we change this to -90, it's still not showing. Okay. Right, maybe I need to move it up further. Bingo. Right, let's see how far down I can move it. Okay. 0.03. Right, let's go with that. Alright, let's make it a reasonable size. That is too small. Let's see if that works. That is also too small. That is just barely visible. Okay, I think this might be fine. So let's click this. Focus on the module. Okay, that is a little bit big. So I guess I'm gonna make it just slightly smaller. And this should be fine. So now let's remove the mesh renderer, apply this and save. And then I'm going to assign this a new array, and it's going to be 30. And then here I'm going to say m.leds of, let's see, 3 times x plus y is going to be obj get component mesh renderer. Right, but we also want the KM selectables, right? So the KM selectable, you know, I can use the children array on the module for this, because that array is never going to change. So I can just, let's do that. So I'm going to say m.getComponent KM selectable. Let's actually give that a variable, and its children array is going to be an array of 30 things. And then we do the same thing that we did here, except it's now this array, dot children obviously, and we give it the KM selectable. Okay, now this this object that we're instantiating is actually the socket. We don't want the mesh renderer of the socket. We actually want the LED inside of it, which is called LED. So I'm gonna do this and hope that it works. Alright. Let's wait for this, and then let's run this. So let's take a look. So all of these look correct. They all have KM selectable, they have a highlight, and of course the actual LED. And then here we have it's showing this with a space because it thinks DS is a word. So each of these is the actual mesh renderer, which is the actual LED. And then of course here in children we have the KM selectables. Now since there are 10 LEDs in a row, I'm going to change this from a 5 to a 10 so that gamepad support comes out in the wash. Actually, wait. The children need to be in a different order for gamepad support to work correctly. So I'm going to put the children in reading order here. And you know what? I think that gamepad support, the fact that we have to change the order you know, to something that is not normal is reason enough for me to have a separate array with the normal order. So I'm going to change this to LED renderers. Let's change that. And then this is the LED selectables. Let's do that. And then of course this is the LED renderers, and then the LED selectables, KM selectable, and then that. So this should literally just be the KM selectable. Okay, so now we are putting the renderers and the selectables in the right order, but we need to put the children in a different order. Whew, this is going to be interesting. So let's see. Okay, let's think about this. So if we're like, let's say we're here. Okay, so the x coordinate is 2. X is equal to we literally have the x and y coordinates, so it's literally just 3 times y plus x, isn't it? I meant 10 times y plus x. Yeah, this is correct. that wasn't even hard. Okay. So let's do this again. Let's click revert. Uh-oh. I see, I pressed apply when I pressed apply at some point. I shouldn't have done that. So let's manually delete this. Fortunately, I didn't have the code delete the template, which is this one. Right, let's apply this. And now run the code. Right, that looks good. So here we have them in reading order. Bingo. Right, so it's that and then that and then that. Yep, these are in reading order. And then here in the LED renderers, you can see that we have them in that order, right? It's 01 first, 02, then 03, and then it goes here to 04. Yep, this is perfectly correct. Okay. So I guess with that out of the way, we don't need this template anymore, and we don't need the code anymore. But before I remove it, let me just disable it and run the module, just to make sure that the highlights all work. Of course, the highlights do not work. There is an unassigned km selectable.highlight. Alright, let's quickly press revert and actually assign the highlight here. It's this property here that's missing. So we put that highlight there. Okay, it's not letting me because I forgot to actually add the highlightable property. This is how tardy I've become. So that highlight goes here, and now we can apply and save. Welcome back, Ray. And now we can run this again, do stuff. Right. Okay. And as you can see, it is still not working. At least that the highlights are not working. Right, let's see if we can find out why. Make sure that the highlights bottom is not inside the module. Yeah, I thought I did, like with the LED socket here, the highlight. You know, I had my KM, what is it, not KM, mesh renderer here, and if I give it the highlight, it is visible here. And since all the other LEDs have the same Y position and scale and rotation, they should all show. And apparently they don't. So let me try and investigate why. So let's turn it on here, mesh renderer. Give that the material for the highlight. There we go. That one is showing. Okay, so this is not the issue. Okay, so let's press revert on this. So the highlight is there. Let's see, the parent here is set. Do we have, drag it up just a tad to be sure. But it was visible, Goofy. It was visible in the copied LED, so this is not the issue. What I could do is I could add a handler in order to ensure that, yeah, let's do that. So when I start this code here, I'm going to say for I equals 0 to LED selectables.length, LED selectables I equals LED handler I. Generate that method. Oops, that is not what I wanted. I want .onInteract. And I want that to return a delegate. And that delegate should debug.log format, color braille that you pressed LED number that. We have a module ID and we have the number I. And then we need to return false. Right. Okay, obviously this won't work. Let's run this and then run that. And let's see if clicking the first LED, yep, it doesn't do anything. So it's not just the highlight that's broken, there's something else going on. Also check the outline amount to be, Goofy, I've already done that. Oh, outline amount, what you mean is highlight scale. I'm sure you mean highlight scale. Yeah, so that's not the issue. The issue must be somewhere else. Aha! Bingo. See, the children are all null. This is the issue. So that means that this assignment here is not... Oh. Does that mean that LED selectables is also empty? Oh. Not only is it empty, it is also a zero length array. That should definitely not be the case. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the risk of running this and then applying it. Because if I run this, see now the LEDs, the KM selectables are all set. Right, so now I'm going to press apply. And I don't know why this module has suddenly moved to the side, so let's just change that. And then just make this invisible. Okay, so if I run this now, there you go, now it works. Now each of these LEDs can be pressed. Now, I do have to say, I am a little surprised how small the LEDs are. Because in the game, you know, when you have this kind of size of a module without the camera zoom, it requires quite a precise sort of clicking to click the right LEDs. But I'm okay with that. How can you assign a bunch of stuff fast? Well, I just did that. I just showed you how to do that. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is to make the LEDs show the correct braille. So I guess we can delete this now. We can delete this game object, and we can delete this entire method. Okay, and of course now I can apply this. There you go. Ray, that's fine. Then, you know, just look at the video later on YouTube or the Twitch VOD. Okay. So we want to display the two unmangled words and the mangled braille. In fact, before I do that, I first need to design the LED colors, basically. So I'm going to have 16 LEDs. One is going to be white. Okay, we're going to have black, blue, green, cyan, red, magenta, yellow, and white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I thought I said 16, but of course it's just 8. Duh. Okay, so the black LED is going to be the only one that will not use the unlit shader, because I want it to look like, you know, an LED that doesn't shine. It's not supposed to look like it shines with black. So we're going to use the diffuse tint for that. And also, I guess I'm going to assign these materials. You know, let me define an array and call them the color materials. Or let's just call them colors, I guess. That's probably shorter. Let's collapse these humongous arrays. And here's our colors, and we have 8 of them. And they are black. You know, I'm going to do this. Blue. Whoops, that is not the blue that I wanted. I need to make sure that I get the right ones. Green. Cyan. Then we have red. That one. Magenta. Yellow. And white. Okay, so let's save that, apply, and now let's write a little function, just like before, that will assign these to the first 8 LEDs. So we use our Color Braille module again, and then for I equals 0 to 8, m.children, m.getComponent, okay, selectable, dot children of I. And now in that child, which is the KM selectable, we want to find the LED, and that LED has a mesh renderer component, and that mesh renderer component has a material. I'm going to assign a shared material, and I'm going to assign the material colors I. There you go. Okay, so now that we've declared this function, we can wait for the menu to appear, and then just run it. And this has worked, because I only changed the shader in the black thingy. The other ones I haven't changed yet, but just to prove it, I guess I'll just change the color here, and there you can see. So that one's supposed to be yellow, so I guess I'll do this. And then save. And just remove the code, because we only needed that once. Also press apply here, so that all the material assignments remain saved. Okay, and the black one, I want this to be a sort of very dark, kind of brownish, like this. Okay, so that looks like an LED that is not shining. Like that. Okay, let's do that. And then for blue, we just have that. I should really use RGB for that, because I want this color to be absolutely pure. I want this to look like a monochromatic LED. Cyan is going to be that. Green is going to be that. Right, which is literally just that. There we go. And then magenta. It feels weird to do them in alphabetical order, because I'm used to the color order. Red. I want full red, obviously. There you go. White remains the same, and yellow we've already done, but I'm going to make sure that the color is pure. There you go. Okay, so now we have all of the colors that we potentially want. And let's now assign the material so that the color, the words show up. Okay, so this is for all of the selectables. I'm going to keep that. We are now going to do for I equals 0 to num letters times 6, right? That is the total number of LEDs. Now, LED renderers should be in the right order. So that dot shared material is going to be a specific color. Now, what is this color? Well, for the... Oh, right. So we want the... Right, see, we have our 3 words array here, which is the original words. I think I want to replace the one that we mangled with the mangled one. So I'm going to say the one for the mangled channel is going to be the mangled word, which is chosen word.word. There you go. Now this is a string array. Oh, okay, because this is the actual word. Ah, in that case... Yeah, in that case I'll do it differently. In that case, so the word that we want to encode in each channel, yeah, okay, we should make that an array outside of here. So the displayed words is going to be enumerable range 0, 3, and then for each of these channels, if the channel is equal to the mangled channel, then we want this one here, which is an int array. Otherwise, we need to look at our words data dictionary and look up the 3 words of that channel and turn that into an array. There you go. Okay, so now for each of the 3 channels, we have an int array, and if it's the mangled channel, then it's the mangled word. Otherwise, it's the one, the original word. Okay, so let's see, for the red channel, we have displayed words. Okay, so displayed word 0 is going to be the red channel, and then we want the relevant letter, which is I divided by 6, right? And then we want the relevant bit, which is, of course, I modulo 6. So that is the red channel. Okay, I'm gonna make these separate variables so it's easier to see. So red, green, and blue. So that's that and that, right? And then this. Okay, and now we need to check if each of these is not equal to 0 to make it a Boolean. All right. So now if it's red, then we need to add 4. If it's green, then we need to add 2. And if it's blue, we need to add 1. Okay, And now we run this and check if it works. It's Color Braille. There is no Morse in this module. Right, now that looks very colorful. Let's see if this is correct. The red word is player, and it is the mangled one. So let's look at the green one first, broke. So in the first one, we expect those two to be green, and that is correct. And then we have an R, which is those three and that. Then we have an O, which is those three. Then we have a K, which is just those corner ones. And then we have an E, which is those two. This is the word broke in green. And the blue word is coupled. So we start with the C, which is the top two. Then we have the O. This is not an O, so I'm guessing OU. Bingo. OU looks like this. I didn't know that. And indeed, those are all blue. And then we have a U, which is this one, and oh no, we have OU in here. So this is a P. That's right, which is those 4 LEDs. And then we have an L, which is literally just the left column. Then we have an COUPL, so ED therefore must be, yes it is, it's this. Interesting, I didn't even know that. Okay, so that's this. That looks correct. And now let's look at the mangled one. Each letter is upside down, so we expect to see the word player but upside down. Well, that is definitely an upside down P, this is an upside down L, this is an A. You know, A would just be top left, so that's an upside down A. Now Y is like this, so upside down it's like this, so that's correct. And then of course E. No, we want ER. ER is that. And with that, upside down means all but the top right, and that is indeed the case. All of these are red. Okay, that seems to be working. So now all we need is a handler that says, you know, if you press the correct LED, then you're done. And that's it. Okay. Right, so we are going to have to implement the rule sheet rules, obviously. Does upside down mean rotated 180 degrees? Yes, it does. I guess I can clarify that. Upside down, rotated 180 degrees. There you go. Is that clearer? Is logging the mangling gonna keep it as Pascal case with no spacing? Yeah. I did the same in Simon Spins. You know, I just use, you know, the names in an enum type. I think it's fine. People will deal with it. What's wrong with my microphone? If there's any issues with the audio, please let me know. What do you mean it will die? Is my microphone broken? Is there something wrong? Please let me know. Okay. I see. I guess I just accidentally touched it again. I don't even notice when I do that. I do apologize for that. Maybe it would be good to say each letter is flipped around a vertical axis. Okay, thank you, Goofy. Yeah, no, I think this is fine. I don't think anyone is going to have issues with that, Goofy. I think the terms horizontally flipped and vertically flipped are totally... I suppose what I could do is I could say horizontally flipped is the same as mirrored. Okay? Are we gonna get some LFA fanciness to go with this? Probably. You know, that's actually a pretty good point, Taz. I can generate an SVG from inside the module, and I can show you guys how to do that. Okay, but first let's do the rule seed stuff. So rule seed starts here. Okay, so in order to implement rule seed, we need to add the km rule seedable component, and of course I need a km rule seedable variable here. Let's put that here and let's separate these out. And then here I'm going to say the RND is equal to rule seedable dot get RNG. Alright, and obviously I mustn't forget to assign the module here. The last time I did rule seed support on a live stream, I forgot to assign that, and then I got surprised by the null reference exception. Okay, so we want to use the same code that we did here. I just realized that I'd never actually looked at this, but this all relates to the Braille table, which is now in the appendix, so all of that is fine. And this one here, actually I'll probably revisit this, and let me revisit it now. If I change the width, okay, so this is what it currently does. Okay, I think this is closer to what it does in every other manual, because no one, specifically changes the left padding, so I'm gonna leave it at this. Okay, so here is the rule seed stuff. Let's copy and paste that to here. So the possibilities are rnd.shuffle-fisher-yates, and this is enumerable.range030.toList. Okay. Right, and that's it. We don't even need any of this. We only need to find the right one. So var correct. Okay, I should probably debug.log format. Whoops. Color Braille. That using rule seed module ID and then rnd.seed. Thank you. So correct button to press, which I think I'm going to put here, private int correct button to press. I think I want this separate because it's a constant. Alright, so the correct button to press, let's see. Would you create an interactive manual where you can click LEDs and change their color? That would be interesting to watch. No, I don't think that is something that I would want you to... I mean... No, I think I'll leave that up to other people. Myself, personally, I would solve this module entirely in Notepad++, so I wouldn't need that. Like I said, Ray, I will show you that when I get to it. So stick around and you will see it. So the correct button to press is in reading order. Right, the manual specifically says it's in reading order, which means that I should not have ordered the LEDs, the selectables, in the way that I did. So I think I'm going to change that. And fortunately, I don't need to change much, because they're already in reading order in the children array. So I'm just going to use that. So I'm going to have a km selectable main selectable, and I'm going to assign the main module to that. Okay, now I have compiler errors here. That's right, so the main selectable has children, and each of those interact with that. And the correct button to press, of course, is... right, let's see. I placed them in this order. So I need 3 times the mangling, which is 3 times the mangling, which is chosen word.mangling, plus the channel. Okay, and that should be the correct button to press. Alright, and then in the LED handler, I can just say, so if this is correct, if I is equal to the correct button to press, then this is correct, and we'll just say module.handlePass, else strike, handle strike. Right, and let's also output the correct button to press. I expect you to press LED number in reading order. And that is correct button to press. There you go. Right, I also want to, like, if you get a strike, maybe I want to reinitialize and generate new words. No, actually, I don't think I want to do that. I think I want people to be able to fix their mistake and then press the right one. You know, maybe it's a small mistake. Yeah, I think a strike is penalty enough. So that's it. So now I just need to keep track of when it's solved. Is solved. There you go. And obviously that should start out as false, which it does anyway. But I like to be explicit about that, just in the interest of making the code as readable as possible. And then when you pass, we're gonna say is solved equals true, and then if is solved, then we just return false. And beside that, we also want to add the wait. Oh, I see. It's main selectable children. We want to add an interaction punch, obviously, when you press the LED like this. And then we also want to play a game sound, namely the normal button press, at the transform for that. There you go. Okay. I think that's it. Right, let's take a look. Oh yeah, and now I forgot to assign the main selectable like I always do. So let's put that here. Apply, save, and then run this. Okay, and now we have, let's see, the mangle channel is blue, and the mangling is each letter is upside down, which is this. So we expect LED number 8, which is of course number 7. So I need to put a +1 there. 2, 4, 6, 7, it would be this one. So I'm going to press this one first and get a strike, and this one is solved. Very good. Okay, so we just put a +1 here, and here, and here. Okay, and that's it done. The module is now functional and working. I don't know if I might bother with the visuals a little. I mean, I am going to bother with the visuals a little, but I don't know if I want to do this on the live stream. You should make them all become black after you solve it. That is a very good idea. I like that idea a lot. Let us actually do this. So for each child in main selectable.children, no, actually I want the renderers this time. Renderers, there we go. Let's call that LED. Change its shared material to color 0, which is of course black. Okay, that's a very good point, task, because it means that we can have tons and tons of souvenir questions on this, right? We can have the 3 words, we can have the type of mangling. Right. So this time the mangle channel is green, and the type of mangling is upside down again, so it's actually that. So it's number 18, and it does say 18. No, yes, it does. There you go, number 18. Now this is 10, 20, so this would be 18, and that was correct, and they all go black. I think I want the LEDs to sort of light up in a nice animation and then disappear in a nice animation. So let's add a little animation. Okay, right, okay. I think I'm going to do the SVG logging first, because I want to show you how to do that. So let's actually do that. I'm gonna go to Pattern Cube because I know that that one does that. Could you make a wave of animating them through the channels? No. You don't want to reveal anything about the channels. You want the LEDs to just go from black to the correct color. And also please change the one log from first to third person. This one? Okay. Expected LED to press. Solution correct LED to press is number whatever. Yeah, okay. So in Pattern Cube we have a little log message somewhere. I'm just scrolling through. There we go. This looks extremely messy and hard to read, but what's going on here is that I have this method log which just does this, and then after that tag we add equals SVG, then some label in square brackets, and then the actual SVG. So I'm going to copy just this, I guess, and then create my own SVG for the rest. Okay, so right, let's put the okay. Okay, let's put it here. Oops, I should not put extra spaces in there. Debug.log format. There you go, let's do this. Color Braille 0. Okay, so it expects the equals to be right after the close square bracket. And then this is the module, I guess I'm going to call it. The view box, I'm going to think about that later, because now I'm going to have an SVG colors array, and I'm going to make that a string of 30, which is num letters times 6. Okay. This is in reading order, right? No, it's not. This is in Braille order, which means that SVG colors, you know, I know how to do Braille order, so I think I'll just do them in Braille order. So the color is going to be, well, let's have SVG color names. Now I'm going to just use, you know, English words for the colors now, but I'm going to check later whether they match. You know, I'm also going to do this here. I'm going to do black. What was it? Blue, cyan, no, green, cyan, red, magenta, yellow, white. Split these at commas, and that gives me an array. And I'm going to say SVG color names of this. Right now, this is the color index. So let's just call it that. There you go. And then here we can generate our SVG. Now let's plan the SVG. We want something very similar to what we did here, right? We want to, you know, maybe I'll actually use this exact same formula, and then just, you know, have SVG do the scaling. You know, that's a really cool idea. So it just occurred to me that I can generate the SVGs right here inside of the loop. So actually, why don't I just make this a string builder? I want a string builder, there you go. And then here I'll just say, I'll just append the actual circle that I want to draw, which is going to have a fill, and that fill is going to be the SVG color name. I'm going to use append format for that. And is going to have a stroke. Since they're all going to have the same stroke, I'm going to place that here. So the strokes are going to be black. The stroke width is going to be, well, let's say 0.001 or something. We'll be able to take care of that later. Now the X of the center of that circle is, let's see, I deleted the code, so I'm just going to reuse this here. Okay, so the center X is going to be this, where X is equal to, so the letter that we're in is I divided by 6, right, and we maybe, right, so each letter has 2 columns, so it's 2 times that, plus the column that we're in, which is I modulo 6 divided by 3. That is the X coordinate. Is this correct? I think this is correct. There must be an easier, oh, of course. It's just I divided by 3, isn't it? Of course. Yeah, it's just I divided by 3. That's the X coordinate, and then of course the Y coordinate is just I modulo 3, which means that I can literally just put that I divided by 3 here. I do want that in parentheses, even if Visual Studio thinks they're redundant, because it's just clearer that that is a value that we want to use. Alright, so for the Y coordinate, okay, so we want I%3, but right, so that will put it either at 0, 1, or 2, but the actual spacing is 0.02, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So this will put the circles in the right place and with the right colors, but the scaling is still off, right? And it's this view box here, which I've been putting off, that will determine how the thing is going to be scaled. So let's take a look. The leftmost thing is going to be negative 0.06 plus, you know what, I'm just going to plug 0 into here, so that is 0, which means that is 0, which means all of that is 0, so it's negative 0.06. Okay, except that the radius, I didn't even specify the radius of the circles. The radius is always going to be the same, isn't it? Now, if the spacing between them is 0.02, then I probably want the radius to be somewhere 0.015. Let's see what the scaling here is. The scaling of these LEDs, where it says 0.05. I don't quite know if that is... wait, let's see. The difference between these is 0.014. Yeah, 0.014. So I'm going to make it 0.0... let's make it 0.07 for now, because then they will touch each other, and then we can play with that. Okay, so the view box is going to start here, and we want to subtract the 0.07 from the radius, right? Oh, wait a second. That can't be right. It must be a tenth of that. I must be wrong by a factor of 10, because the radius can't be that far. Let's see. Oh yeah, of course. It's 0.01 is the spacing, no, 0.02 is the spacing between them, which means that half of the spacing between them is 0.01, so 0.007 actually sounds really reasonable. Perfect. Okay, so we want this. Alright, 0.06 plus, oh, why am I even doing this? Obviously it's just that. So this is the left edge of the whole thing. The top edge is going to be, it's actually, right, so we actually have the top circle centered at 0, and the radius is 0.007, so it's going to be that. But it just occurred to me that we also need to subtract the stroke width so that that is still visible. So I'm going to actually subtract 2 times the stroke width in order to, you know, make sure that it's totally within the bounds of the SVG. And now we need the width. Now the width is going to be, in terms of the x-coordinate, it's literally just 2 times this, isn't it? So that, but without the minus sign. In terms of the y-coordinate, well, the spacing between them is 0.02, and there are 2 spacings, so it would be a total of 0.04, plus 2 times the radius, that would be 14, plus 2 times the stroke width, which we decided to double, so it would be 0.004. So let's make that an 8. Okay, now I can remove these curly brackets and hope that this is correct. So here goes the actual SVG code, svg.toString. There you go. Alright, now if I run this in the test harness, it will output just the SVG code, so you can't really see what it looks like. And there is even a format exception, because once again I forgot the module ID. Come on, this one. So let's try that again. But what I can do is I can open this SVG that it has generated in Firefox. So I'm going to do this, save this as temp.svg, and then open that SVG here. And we see that there are some issues. Okay, so let's compare this to the module, and we see that, okay. So we know that the formula for the arrangement is the exact same on as the one on the module. So I'm actually a bit surprised by this. The spacing between the columns in a letter looks right, but the spacing between the letters is off. Oops, that is very surprising. Let me see if I... of course, this still has the mistake from earlier, doesn't it? I swapped those two. No, I didn't. No, that's nonsense. This is the correct formula because this is the leftmost edge and this is the total extent, the horizontal extent. Okay, so let me think. This is the x-coordinate of the number. Yes, it is. And we divide that by 2 because that tells us what letter we're in. So we can actually just put I divided by 6 here, can't we? Okay, and then this tells us what column we are within the letter. So, why is this so far off? That is really strange. I'm almost tempted to just use the x-coordinate from the actual LED objects, but no, I don't want to do that. All right. So, what is the best way to do this? Let me actually see what the view box looks like. It says 0.06. Yeah, obviously that's a literal. Because the leftmost circle should be at negative 0.06, and it should have a radius of 0.007. So it should totally be within this range. So I'm not quite sure why the leftmost circles are cut off. You use 0.6 and 0.12 instead of 0.7 and 0.14. Ah, did I change that? Oh, I changed that. Oh, thank you so much, Goofy, for pointing that out. I had totally forgotten about that. Okay, so that should be a 7 and a 0.14. And this should be a 7. And this should be 0.14. So if you are correct, Goofy, then that should be the only change I need to make. But I doubt that, because it seems that there should be more to it. Alright, let's take a look at this. Alright, that looks closer to what we want, doesn't it? Okay, so the left edge is totally off. Why is that? The left... Okay, let me actually open this in Inkscape so I can see the whole drawing, even the parts that are outside of the viewport. Oops, need temp SVG. And that... Why doesn't... It doesn't display anything, and I have no idea why. Okay, that could indicate that maybe... No, this looks... Yeah, in terms of syntax, this is definitely correct. Let me take a look at... Nothing here is marked in red, so there is no syntax error here either. In fact, if there was a syntax error, it wouldn't even show. I just noticed that the circle is at negative 0.08, but I thought that I start at negative 0.07. Ah, and then this makes it 0.08. This is what's going wrong. Well, I'm still a bit confused at the rightmost... Ah, okay, because this is the whole... Okay, so that means that I should probably move it by 0.01, which means that should be an 8. But then obviously the one on the right is going to move off the screen, so I'm going to increment this by 0.01. Funnily enough, I'm also having troubles with Inkscape today. I'm happy to help you with that after the stream task. Okay, let's put this here and reload that. Okay, that looks more like it, except that there's still something missing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I see. Okay, so what's actually happening here is that this is not the spacing between letters, but rather this is the first letter. Yes, indeed. Looking at the colors, you can see that this is the first letter. This is the second letter. Now, why is the spacing between the letters greater? The spacing within the letters greater than between the letters? That is a bit surprising. Yeah, changing the radius won't make a difference there either, will it? So I guess I'll just have to change this spacing here. I'm gonna change that to 0.2, and make this 0.208, I guess. Why not? Also, is the first blue circle not centered correctly? I'm not quite sure what you mean. It looks off. Right, what you might be seeing might be an optical illusion because of the different color channels. Right, let's do this and refresh this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the question is that the leftmost? Yes, that is the leftmost LEDs, which means that one entire letter is missing, which means we just increment this by the width of a letter, which is approximately 0.01. Let's just experiment with this. I can't really be bothered to do all these calculations anymore. Let's use this SVG again. Okay, we need even more than that. Let's stop this. Let's make it 238, I guess. Run this again. Let's copy and paste that and use that. Okay, finally, I think that looks good. Right, so this is what the LEDs look like on the module, and indeed they do. Yep, that looks exactly the same. So here we go. And now I'm going to show you what this looks like in the log file analyzer. So I'm just quickly gonna build this. And of course it complains that I didn't mark this. Where? Interesting. Oh, it's this one here. Ah, okay. New mod.bundle. And then let's build this. Let's take a look at my mods folder. Accelerando is still there. Let's delete that. Could you make the view box a tad more squished? No, because then part of the LEDs won't show. Maybe what you mean is put the LEDs closer together, but I think this is fine. I will show you what it looks like in the actual log file analyzer, and then you can make up your mind. So that you don't have so much white space above and... Obviously there's not going to be any white space above and below. You have no idea how much white space there is above and below it, because Firefox doesn't show you the extent of it. But the log file analyzer will. Okay, so I guess I'll just... I'm tempted to... let's open the log file. I want to see... so the correct one to press is number 7, so it's definitely not this. So that gives me a strike, that is correct, and this is the correct one. Okay, so now we look at the log file analyzer. Upload this log file to it. Why is this taking so long? Okay, there we go, Color Braille, and there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there is no white space above or below it. The view box is exactly right. Okay. So as far as the functionality of the module goes, we are done. The module is totally playable, the manual is complete, the rule sheet is complete. I suppose colorblind mode could still be added. What else? I mean, I was gonna do something, and now I've forgotten. Oh yes, that's right. I was going to do an animation. Let's do a quick animation. All right. So when we start this, instead of this, I'm just going to put the color indexes into a private field here, and then I'm just gonna say color indexes is a new array of integers of length 6 times the number of letters, and then here I'm just going to say color indexes I is equal to color index. There you go. And then this will log the SVG. And then here we're going to start a coroutine, animate LEDs, and we want them to turn on. And of course the same animation will be used to turn them off when the module is solved. So start coroutine, animate on false. Okay. So let's see. Right, not quite sure exactly what you mean, but I have a specific animation in mind. I wanted to sort of go diagonally. So I'm gonna go, so first of all, let's wait at least one frame, and then for I equals 0 to 6 times, no, not 6 times, 2 times the num letters plus 3. Okay, and that should be an x because it's an x variable. So, we want to set the material of, there are 3 LEDs that we potentially want to change, right? Because I want the sort of diagonal. Let me just quickly show you what I'm aiming for. So if the LEDs look like this, let's say, let's remove all of this, change this and this. Okay, so the first time this loop goes around, I'll change just this LED. Then I'll change this one and this one, which are diagonal from each other. Then I will change this one, and this one, and then and so forth. And I guess I can put this here. I don't know how long that delay should be, so we'll see about that. Okay. So the first LED is of course X, but only if X is less than 2 times the number of letters. We want that to be X. Yes, okay, so if we turn it on, then it's that, otherwise 0. Okay, and then the next one here only applies if X is greater than 0 and less than this plus 1. Then we want 2 times num letters plus X minus 1. Yeah, so that's the index, so let's introduce a local for that, so we can use the same index here. And then finally, if X is greater than 1, then we want this minus 2, and 4 times, because it's now the bottom row. Okay, so now let's run that. Right, of course it doesn't do that because you know, we need to set all the LEDs to black at the start. So for each var LED in LED renderers, LED dot shared material equals color 0. So it will always start out black. Okay. Something probably went wrong. Yes, there is an index out of range exception. So I probably got one of these conditions wrong. Alright, so if X is less than the number of letters, yeah, that should be correct. If X is greater than 0 and I see, I think there should be plus 2. That doesn't quite explain it though, because the exception was thrown much sooner than the last iteration, so that there's still a bug in it. Let's see. If any of you know what the bug is, then please let me know. Okay. So if X is greater than 0, then that means that we can safely subtract 1. So 2 times num letters means we're now in the second row. Then we add X, which is now between, well, X minus 1 should therefore be between 0 and 2 times number of letters, because we're subtracting 1 from this. So this should be fine. And then this should also be fine, because now we're making sure that X is greater than 1 and less than this. So when we subtract 2, it should always be less than 2 times the number of letters. So I'm not quite sure what's wrong here. So let's output some log messages, right? Debug.log format, and let's just output, I guess, X, and then we output IX here, and then we output IX here. Right. Oops. Right, that should do it. And let's see what the values are, and maybe I can identify the problem from there. Aha, so the first three succeeded, and then the beginning of the second iteration went wrong. No, wait, that is not true, because the first iteration does only this part, right? So the second iteration will do two of them, presumably this one and that one. Is this one supposed to be black? Let's see. No, in fact, the first letter is already not supposed to be black, which means that the bug might be in here. Ah, okay. None of you noticed this. That I was literally putting the value x in there instead of the color. So obviously I use this color array to identify what colors are on the module, and this is the index of the LED. Okay, so this should work now. This is not what I intended, but it looks kind of cool. And the reason it doesn't do what I thought it did is because these LED renderers are of course in Braille order rather than in reading order. I assumed the whole time that they're in reading order. So I'm going to have to do this a little bit differently. So this is now going to be 3 times x. Yes, that should be correct. And then this is going to be 3 times x minus 1 plus the number of rows that we want to move down, which is 1. Yeah. Okay, and then of course we don't need that separate ix variable anymore, but I'm still gonna put it in, in case it goes wrong, I still have the log messages. So here we want x minus 2, and then we want to go down 2 rows. Okay, let's check this. Okay, this looks closer to what I intended. Hey Brawlbox, welcome to the stream. You've missed quite a lot. We already have a working module, and we're working basically only on cosmetics so far. You need Goofy. I don't know if Goofy is pretending to have figured this out, or whether it's really just the stream delay that caused it to be shown late. Okay, so I want to see if the LEDs are shown correctly. So the unmangled Braille, so let's see, the mangled channel is green, so that means in the red channel we should see sphere, and that is definitely not an S. No, that is not an S at all, and yeah. I don't think there is an SP thing. No, there does not appear to be an SP thing. So, no, you said that you could remove the variable x, but you need it for the color. What I didn't. No, I didn't mean to remove this line. What I meant is to inline this. Which puts the formula right in here. You see that? That is what I meant. Okay, so what's going on now is that LED renderers is in Braille order, and I'm guessing that color indexes is also in Braille order. I've totally lost track of which ones of these are in which order. So I'm going to put this here. This is Braille order, and this is Braille order, and this children are in reading order, and this is Braille order. Okay, so now let's go back to our coroutine, and because I definitely don't need these anymore now, because now I've got the correct formula here, and I'm just going to use that same formula here. There you go, and also I'm going to remove these log messages because I'm fairly confident now that this is correct. Okay. This is kind of what I envisaged, but it looks a little choppy. Probably because that delay is too large, but also because you have three appear at the same time. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to add a separate delay after every LED, and I think I'm gonna make this a very short delay, like this, and then have a longer delay between each triplet. Aha. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. Okay. Yeah, let's also check that the same coroutine works when you press the correct answer. Let's see, the correct answer is LED number 10. Bingo. Could be a bit faster. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It could be a bit faster. Let's make it 0.03 and 0.07 or something. I think this is too fast. And the reason I think this is too fast is because people, people most of the time won't. I mean, this happens right when the lights, when the lights aren't even on. So you would have to be looking at the bomb immediately. So I think I'm actually going to delay this until the activation of the bomb. How about that? Yeah, let's do that. Now, I'm a bit curious by the fact that we have so many blacks here, so I'm going to see the mangled channel is the blue channel. So red would have ANKLE, so that would be a K, and that is wrong. This is not a K. This is totally wrong. Okay, I need to I need to make sure that that I am correct about the colors. So I'm going to do this color indexes of right. Let's convert this to a for loop. Call that index. Call that index, and inline this. There you go. Oh yeah, and also turn off the coroutine now. Okay. So nowhere near as much black as there was last time. So let's see, the mangled word is red. So let's look at the green, which should be paddy. That is a P. That is an A, right? And then we have D going like that, D, and then the Y. The blue word should be terror. So T is like this. So that's correct. This, however, is not an E. I see. It's supposed to be ER. Let's take a look at ER. ER is... Oh, come on. Yes, okay, that is correct. That is ER. And then we have another R, which goes like this, so that's correct. Then we have an O, that is also correct, and then another R. Just out of curiosity, you assign the correct materials before the animation. Do you reset it back to the original after the animation? You assign the correct materials before the animation. Well, right now I'm not running the animation at all because I just wanted to see if this is indeed, if LED renders is indeed in the same order as colors, and that does seem to be the case. So that means that these formulas are wrong. So I want to see the discrepancy between the two. So I'm going to create a Twitch command that will just switch between the two. So let's see, a public void an IEnumerator process Twitch command, string command. If command equals 1, then we do this. Else if command equals 2, then we do this. Okay, and then yield break. Okay. Alright, so, so some of the LEDs did change. Huh? Oh, 1, like that. There you go. Ooh, the entire top row changed. Aha, so the top row is the one that is broken. Interesting. 3 times x. Ah, that needs to be the same formula, so that needs to be 3 times x. Okay. Okay, this should be correct now. Yeah, that still looks wrong. Aha, but the two seem to... Right, okay, so that means that this is a rare case where we really do have 3... let's see, copper starts with a Charlie, so that's already quite promising. That one also starts with a Charlie. And then we have a golf, but it's mangled, and the mangle is shifted to the right. So yes, that is also correct. So so the G is this, this, and this, and this. And then the E in the blue channel is this and this. Oh, but wait, why is that? Oh, because it's not an E, it's EN. Let's see where EN is. Huh, that's just those bottom two. So, oh, this is not blue. I'm looking at the right. Okay, so these two make up the EN. That's what that is. Those are both blue. And that is part of the G. Okay, and then the next one is ER, which is this one here. So that would be those two, then those two, and then this one. That is all correct. These are not blue. Yeah. Okay, I'm convinced that this is working. Yeah. There is no AL, so wait, G, N, alright, AL are 2 separate letters. Okay. What is this module? Hello, Jack of Clubs, welcome to the stream. This is Color Braille. We're gonna have a module with different colors, and there's Braille. Goodbye, Porky, thank you for watching. Hello, Livio, welcome to the stream. Okay, so now that we've done the animation, I guess I'm gonna remove that Twitch Plays command for now, and just have it be empty. Run the coroutine here, like that. Oh yeah, and I wanted to delay the coroutine until the module is activated. So let's do module.onActivate plus equal to delegate that. There you go. Run that. Okay, so it starts out with the white LED, so I think I want to fix that. For each var LED in LED renderers, LED.material. Yeah, that material is equal to colors 0. There you go. So at the start, they will all be black LEDs. There you go. And then when the lights come on, it starts the animation. Very good. Okay, so we have a module, it is done, it is working, it is functional, we can press number 10 and it's solved. And I guess that's it. Alright, so let's make an SVG. Now, ironically, making this SVG would be very easy because we already have SVG from the log file. Right, we generated SVG right here in this log file, so I can literally just copy and paste that SVG. Copy the outer HTML, put that in my temp SVG here. Let's do that. Open that, temp.svg. That Inkscape still refuses to open this file. That is extremely strange. Let me try and figure out why this is. I have no idea. I mean, it works in Firefox, doesn't it? Oh, here's one other thing that I wanted to do. You might notice that the green color is actually darker here than it is on the module. I want to change that. So I'm going to change the SVG color names array, color names, here, to use these red, green, blue, red, green, blue, red, green, blue. Right, this way I know that they will be completely saturated and completely like maximum brightness, everything. Okay. Okay, so here's an example SVG. Oh, that is very few LEDs on. Very strange. Why are so many LEDs off? That is... Okay, this is a little more colorful. I like this. Let's take that. Okay, and save that. But, you know, still, SVG is... I mean, Inkscape is still going to refuse to show this SVG, and I don't understand why. What am I doing wrong? I don't think I am doing anything wrong, because Firefox shows it just right. Just fine, I mean. So, I guess what I'll do, here's what I'll do. I'll open the normal, the component SVG template, and I will save this as colorbraille.svg. Alright, and then I will open that colorbraille.svg in my text editor, and I will copy and paste these circles in there. And then we'll see what happens. So let's open, /color braille, let's open that, whoops, and let's just plonk these circles right here, and then reload this. Aha, okay. So the circles are there, but they are super tiny, which is what we expected. You know, we knew that these numbers were super tiny, so let's scale this by a factor of 100, I guess. Bang. Maybe again. And okay, right. I need to group the whole thing. Or I should have just... There we go. Okay. So let's do this, and then maybe this. Okay, that looks more like it. Let's apply this again. Maybe 80% of that. Right, there we go. That fits. And now, relative to the page, I want to have it perfectly centered, and then ungroup, and now I'm going to put the stroke paint back, which for some reason, yeah, it's probably just too small, right? Let's make it 1 pixel. Let's make it 1.5 pixels. Yep, there we go. That looks cool. Right, there we go. We have our color braille. So that's that. So let's take this whole file and run it through the minifier. So here we have a super tiny version of this. I'm a bit surprised that this... Oh, I see. No, I'm not actually that surprised by this. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm still going to make this smaller by grouping this. Save that. And then minify this again. And now it is actually much smaller. Because now the entire group can have its stroke... where is the group? There it is, here. This group tag now defines the stroke and the stroke width, and all of the circles inside of it will inherit that. So, we're done. That's the SVG. Cool. Alright. Now let's take a look at the manual. Here's the manual. Let's refresh that. The SVG is working just fine. The highlighter is working just fine. What else do we need to do? You know what? I think I'm going to design an icon for this. I don't usually do that, but I'm going to give it a go. We can start with the Blind Alley module, I guess. Come on, paint. There we go. Right, now this is an icon that is 32 by 32 pixels, and we know that we have 10 pixels, like 10 LEDs in each row, which means that if each of them is 2 pixels, then that would already be 20 pixels, plus the spacing between them would be 30 pixels. Therefore, 2 pixels is too many. So I'm going to make every braille dot just 1 pixel. So let's copy the colors from here. So we have... how do I best do this? There has to be an easier way to do this than to do it manually. But I can't think of one, so I'm just going to do it manually. I'm just going to use this here, view image, as much more convenient. Let's reduce that in size and move here. Reduce that a bit more, I guess. Make this bigger, move down a bit. you can think of one, go ahead, Ray, and tell me about it. In the meantime, I'll get on with it. So I want this maximum, there you go. And then we're just gonna put that here. You know what, I'm just gonna draw all of the pixels first so that I know where they are. Right, so this is clearly too far up, so let's move them down 1 pixel. Yep, that is closer to the middle. So I'm just gonna do this. And then copy that to here. Alright, that's 4 of them, and I need 5, which means that this is all a little too far to the left. So I'm gonna, oh yeah, I should probably combine these layers now. And then I need to move this to here, and then fill in the gap left here. Alright, there are 3 pixels here and 4 pixels here. I think that's good enough. Alright, let's see. Is it possible to manipulate each pixel in a script? Well, yeah, I guess I could write a program to do this. If so, then make a script that, yeah, I could do that, but let's not. I'm just gonna. Okay, so all of the cyan pixels, that one, that one, that one, and that one are cyan. Next, all of the red pixels. Come on, 0. That one, that one, that one, and that's it already. Now what about magenta? We have magenta here, here, and here. And now let's try green. Green goes here, 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 and here. What about yellow? We already have yellow, so let's do, we already have cyan. Let's see, I haven't done blue yet, so let's do blue. That one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. And then of course we have black. So let's make this one black, black, and this one. And finally we have white. Which ones are white? This one is white, that one, and that one. Now, let me quickly compare all of these to make sure that I got all of them right. It seems that I did get all of them right. So I guess that's it. Now let's save this as Color Braille. And then let's go to the icons directory and run PNG Crush on it. Color Braille. There you go. All right. With that out of the way. Okay, one other thing that I was going to do, I just remembered, is I was going to add the, you know, from Simon Says. Simon Says has this really cool diagram here. So I think I'm just going to literally copy and paste that entire diagram. So just copy the output HTML here. Go back to the Color Braille manual. And if I just paste it here, it will probably not fit on the page. So I'm gonna have to. Okay, let's open this in Chrome so we can see the. I still have the waiting screen open. Okay. Let's see. Let's. Aha, that actually almost fits. So I think I'm going to just make it very slightly smaller. It says width 15 centimeters. Let's just make it 13 centimeters, and then let's try and center it. So I'm going to say SVG margin 0 auto. Right, and of course it needs display block. There you go. Alright. Unified English Braille, and then I guess I want a heading. Where's the heading? Wow, so much code there. Okay, so this goes here, and appendix additive color mixing. Okay, and now I will add that to the explanation here. So let me also make sure that the Braille chart is still correct, because I did change the SVG rules for the CSS rules for the SVG, so I needed to make sure that that didn't. Okay, this module will show 30 colored dots. I'm gonna call them LED. No, I'm gonna call them dots because I call them dots everywhere. Each dot is in a color that is composed of a red, green, and blue component according to additive color mixing as described in the appendix below. There you go. Decompose these color channels, decompose the colors into their red, green, and blue channels to obtain 3 5-letter words written in Unified English Braille. Okay, I guess I'm going to call them Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. And then here I'm going to say as described in Appendix 2. In fact, I'll just do this, see Appendix 2, and then here I'm going to say see Appendix 1. Decompose the colors into the red, green, and blue channels to obtain 3 5-letter words written in Unified English Braille. Well, it's not really, because one of them is going to be mangled, and also they're not 5-letter words when decoded, they're just 5 Braille letters. I guess to obtain 3 words is good enough, written in Unified English Braille. Okay. So now that the explanation mentions the additive color mixing first, and also that is the order in which you have to do it, I'm going to swap these around. I'm going to call this Appendix 2, I'm going to call this Appendix 1, and I'm going to move this above it, right here, and then hope that it still fits on the page. Yep, that is looking good. Let's put a new line here just for good measure. And let's take a look at the print preview. Perfect. All right, I think this table could also be centered, so I'm just gonna apply this to every table. And it just occurs to me that Braille words is the table of words in the Braille manual, so we definitely don't need that anymore. All right, so let's refresh that. And now you will see that the table on the first page is centered. Okay, so I think that's done, so we can save this as a PDF. Color Braille, bang. Right, let's close play mode here. This is cool. I guess I will now build this and run it in the game at least once. And while I'm at it, I can also use the log file analyzer. There it is. All right. Let's run one instance of this module.
Please report to room.
Okay, there we go. And let's look at the log file. And let's see if these colors, yep, they do match the colors on the module. So the log file is definitely working. And then it says the correct LED to press is number 30, which is the last one. That seems to have worked. And now I'm going to try to solve the module, without looking at the log. I think at this point I can close this. I'm gonna leave this. I don't know what you mean by a NASA PC.
All available experts, please
take a look at this.
A9.
Okay, so in red we have 1, 2, 4, 5, 1, 2, 4, 6, which I think is EN. No, it's let's take a look at the manual, not the log file, the manual. It's no, 1, 2, 4, 6. I do not see it, so it's possible that, there it is, it's ED. Okay. And then the next one is 1, 2, 5, 6. That is the OU. Okay, so ED is very unlikely already at this point. Then we have 1, 5, 6, which is this is definitely looking mangled. That is WH. So I'm just gonna write down the last one without looking at what it is. Well, except that it's one that I know. This is literally just an E. Okay, let's look at the green. We have 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a tango. Then we have 3, 4, 5. That is what was that? It's one of the special ones. That's AR. Could be tarnish. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. That is definitely not an N, unless I made a mistake. Okay, so that's ER. That's also not necessarily looking like a word. Then we have 1, 5, which is E, and then we have 2, 3, 4, 5, which is a T. That does not look like a word. We are looking at green, right? So this is definitely a T. This is those 3. So that would be AR, right? That's what AR was, yes. Terra red, yeah, that doesn't look like a word. Ah, I missed. Okay, so yellow contains green. Ah, okay, so this is a G. We get target. That is definitely a word. Okay, now for blue, we have 1, 2. This is also a G. Then we have R. I can immediately see that. U. I believe that's a U. We'll check it if it doesn't make sense. And then this is those 2. That's a special one. That's a double B. Interesting. Grub. And I'm guessing this is going to be a Y. I was gonna say ED, but no, it's a Y. So we have grubby. So we have target and grubby, which means that we now need to figure out what's up with this red. So we have 1, 2, 4, 6. We have 1, 2, 5, 6. I put that wrong. Then we have 1, 5, 6. 1, 5. And it looks like I forgot to write down one of them. That's interesting. Okay, so this is those. That's these. And then we have those 3. Yep, that is what I wrote down here. Ah, okay. So this is the fourth one is the one that I didn't write down, which is that. Okay, that's 1, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's see what this could be. It actually looks to me like it could be upside down, so I'm just gonna try and read it upside down. Correction, I'm gonna read it horizontally flipped, because horizontally flipped, that is an N, and then that is a T. So no, it's probably not that. But I was right about the N. But so that would be an S, that would be a P, and then that would be an I. So if it were horizontally flipped, they are all letters, but not a sensible word. So it's not that. Let's see if they can be vertically flipped. Vertically flipped would mean that the first letter is the. And then that would be a T, which is possible. And then we would have AR. Theta radiation? What's going on? Right, this next one is definitely not a letter, I think. That would be 4, 5, 6, 7. And I don't think that's anywhere. Nope, that is not in the table. So it's not vertically flipped either. So I've tried horizontally flipped, I've tried vertically flipped. Let's try upside down, but I really doubt that upside down is it. So that would start with Z. And then because this is symmetric, when read upside down it would be the same, so that would be OU. Whoops, I meant to put that here. This upside down is 1, 2, 5, am I right? 1, 2, 5. I meant 1, 2, 6. I said 1, 2, 5, but I was thinking of 1, 2, 6. My apologies. That's GH. That's also not looking like a word, is it? And then we have a V. and then we have EN, I think it is. EN, yep. Okay, Zogven. That is definitely not a word either. Is it just guessing which transformation is done by the model? Yep, you have to figure out which one it is. Okay, so we could try moving the top row to the right. In fact, you know what? I'm going to make it easy by just removing the extra spacing like this, right? So now I can move the top row to the right and then just read it. So this is an O, and then this is ER. So it would start with O. No, wait, that is OW. Yes, it is OW. So that is over. But then, right? But then this is definitely not a letter. Okay, so it's not that either. It can't be shifted to the other direction. This can't be shifted to either direction. So let's see if this makes sense. Ah, oh yeah, it's this. It's definitely this. I should have recognized this much sooner. So this is PROWN, almost. PRO. Oh, it's PRO. Wait. Okay, that's literally just an O, and then we have an N, and then we have an E. That's so prone. Okay, so the transformation is that the bottom row was shifted to the right. The bottom row is shifted to the right, and we're looking at the red channel, so we want to press the 20th LED. That is working, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, now I can look at the log file, I guess. So let's actually close the game. Let's upload the new log file. And then when that loads, we will hopefully find, bang, there we go. We have prone, target, and grubby, which is exactly what we had. The bottom row shifted to the right, and LED 20. Nice, thank you. Okay. So we've tested the module, which means that we can actually upload this to the workshop now. Let's see, I need a description. If you ever thought that Braille was only for blind people, try this module. Okay, actually, oh yeah, no, I'll do this first. So I forgot to design a preview image, so let's actually do that. And by design I mean just take a screenshot. Think again, that's actually not bad. I'll do that. Thank you, Livio. Okay, so now I'm gonna put more modules on and pick one that looks nice.
Please report to room
which one of these looks the most nice? That one has a big blob of just red. That is amazing. Alright, I think I like this one. Maybe this one. Yeah, I think I like this one the most. So I'm just gonna screenshot that. There we go. Copy to clipboard, close this, open Paint, put that in here, and then make it square. I want an absolute square. Right. Let's make it 630 by 630 pixels. You know, just some random. The exact size doesn't matter, just as long as it's a square. And then we save that in Color Braille Assets Miscellaneous Preview Image. Yes. Let's put that. Okay, so I've been saying several times that I'm going to rework the visuals, but I am actually reasonably happy with this module as it is. So actually I think I'm going to keep it. I'm going to leave it. Making a module in 5 hours. Was it only 5 hours? That's and also, you know, 5 hours is actually quite a long time. I mean, you know, if you encounter a random video on YouTube and you see 5 hours, you're not going to watch it. And that's probably what's going to happen here. This is going to be a 5-hour YouTube video, and anyone hearing me say this right now on YouTube, congratulations for having made it this far through the video. You have my sympathy. Okay, so going back to here, we now have the preview image, and we can now upload this. First playable version. Okay. Now I'm going to copy and paste that workshop file ID because there is a bug in this window that will make the ID disappear, and I will prove that to you if I now open Color Braille again. Alright, and then I do this. As I suspected, the number is gone, so we'll put it back in. And I hope that now that I've manually put it in, it will have saved it. I'm pretty sure that it has, but I'm just making absolutely sure. Yep, there we go. Okay, so now let's see if we want to create a JSON file. So Color Braille, diffuser difficulty. Well, you do have to read out all the colors and then press the right LED. That's not really hard, but it is time consuming. So I'm not going to make it very easy. It's easy. Obtain words written in Braille by decoding color channels. Then press the correct LED. Okay, so it's not blank, obviously. It has 30 LEDs. It's 10 by 3, so 10 by 3 grid, 10x3 grid, not 30. Colors, colorful, I guess. Expert difficulty, you know, back in the day I would have said hard because, you know, trying out all these different manglings is actually a fair amount of work, but compared to hard modules that we have now, what is your opinion, guys? Tell me what you think, whether it should be medium or hard. It's definitely not very hard, but medium or hard, I'm not quite sure. So give me your thoughts on that. So we have Color Braille, and look at this, the original Braille module is now almost 3 years old. It is 2 years and 7 months. So it has been quite a span of time since the previous Braille module. Okay, GitHub. I totally forgot to put it up on GitHub. So we now have, I guess I want to close this because I've already uploaded it. So this is all of the files, right? First playable version. Let's go to GitHub, create a new repository called KTANE Color Braille. Let's go to KTANE Braille, GitHub, and let's copy the description of that, which, where is it? Let's go here. Here, that's where it is. Let's just copy and paste this. A module created by Timwe. We don't need any of these because we're going to upload them from source tree. So let's copy this information, put it in the remote, add that here, that's the default, okay, okay. Push that, click this push, and then once that is done with the pushing, it will be on. So let's continue here. Souvenir is not yet supported, but I suppose it could be considered. Let me quickly make sure that I get the correct syntax. So let me just find any random other module that is currently considered. Let's put that in here. Okay, that has successfully completed. So if I refresh this page, there we go. We have our first playable version. It is right here. The Steam Workshop ID, obviously, I shouldn't have, you know, I'll fill that in a second. Souvenir could ask what the 3 words were and which mangling was applied. I'm almost tempted to say that it shouldn't ask what mangling was applied because that is a much, much easier question. Whereas with the words, you know, you have to write them down and remember them. Let's see, what did you say? How did you learn all of these shortcuts? Really, I mean, the trick, it's really not that hard. The trick is to watch out for them. You know, and whenever there is something that you need to do often, think about whether there might be a shortcut and look for it. You can even Google for them. You know, and once you've used the shortcut a few times, then it'll become second nature eventually. All right, let's go back to Color Braille. And let's find that workshop ID. In fact, you know, why don't I just go to the workshop? It'll be right there, won't it? I can go to Timwe, what is it? Activity? No, I don't remember. Oh yeah, here, files you've posted, that's where you click. And there's our Color Braille. And apparently the Oh, I was about to say the preview image didn't upload, but it did. It appeared right here. Okay, so now we can just put that number in here, and I'm going to change that to CBR. Let's make sure that CBR isn't already taken. CBR. Nope, it is not. Very good. Very good. So we just call that CBR. We do not have a tutorial video yet, but we do have rule seed support, which the original Braille didn't, which is why it isn't in this SVG. So let's go to, I don't know, black hole. That one definitely has rule seed support. That's what it's called. There you go. Okay, now the next thing I will do is Twitch Play support, which I totally forgot about. Twitch Play support only needs one thing, which is to just press the right LED. So that should be reasonably easy to do, right? So let's have Unity load this again. Let's, oh, there's already a public thing. So let's go to literally any module with Twitch Play support and copy and paste. Oh, that's the force solve handler. I guess I can do that as well. Let's copy and paste this bit. Don't really need these. Don't need that. And I'm just gonna say like 5. Press the 5th LED in reading order. And then var m is equal to regex. We want regular expressions. So we match the command against a pattern, and the pattern is going to be a set of digits surrounded by white space. Don't even need, you know, case sensitivity and stuff. So if that succeeded, in fact, I want this, I'm just going to do this. If that succeeded and, yeah, okay, let's also do, right, so if that succeeded and we can parse the integer, so we want to take the first group and parse that into that variable, and that is greater or equal to 1 and less than or equal to 30. Okay, what is wrong here? int.tryparse is what I want. There we go. So if all of this is the case, then I will return the pressable selectable at index ix, otherwise null. All right, let's do the forced solve and just say if not, and this is just a void, right? If not is solved, then main selectable.children, whoops, main selectable.children, correct button to press. Now I need to make sure that this is the correct button in reading order. Yes, it is. Okay, very good. That.onInteract. So you literally just press the right button and that's it. Okay, so these are done. Twitch Play support, Twitch Play's force handler, help message, all of this is good. Let's see what you guys have to say. What does parse mean? Convert string to int. Exactly, right? So because the regular expression will extract part of the string, but we want to turn that into an integer. How do you get module ideas? Well, you may have observed that for the last year or so I didn't have any. And in fact, many sort of, you know, I have a list of unfinished ideas that I never managed to sort of take into, you know, into a state where you can implement them fully. So this particular idea is actually relatively old, because back when I created the Braille module, I was hoping that more people would create modules that were based on letter encodings like Braille or maritime flags or semaphores, right? Because we have all these Morse code modules, we have Color Morse, we have Morse and Maze, and tons and tons of Morse code, but nobody ever uses Braille or semaphores or anything. So I was hoping that someone would, and the, you know, since the first other Morse code based module was, no, actually it's Morsematics, that was the first one, but Color Morse is a pretty old one as well. I was hoping that Color Braille would appear at some point, and it didn't. So now I've decided to make it. So that's how I came up with this idea. Okay, so let's build that again, and let's update the workshop item, because I already uploaded it without Twitch Play support, so I think I want to make sure that that is updated. So let's update that, add Twitch Plays support. Yeah, everything looks good. Let me go here and make sure that this appears. Add Twitch Play support, there we go, that's right there. And now we can change the, no, actually the JSON doesn't contain that anymore. So we don't care about that. What else do I need to do? I think that's basically it, right? We've got our, I did post this HTML to the request channel, so I'm just going to get rid of that file. I did make a slight HTML fix here to the Braille manual, so I'm going to slight HTML fix in Braille. I'm going to submit that, and then all of this is Color Braille. We have the PDF and the HTML manual. We have the SVG, which is the top right corner SVG. We have the icon and the JSON information. So I should be able to submit all of that, Color Braille. And of course, since other people have made changes since the last time I did a fetch, I'm going to rebase this. So I'm going to right-click this, click rebase, and then my changes will be at the top. They will be the newest changes. There you go. And now we don't have this branching off stuff. All right. So let's just push this to the live website and go to it, and then when this is done pushing, it's taking surprisingly long. I'm a bit surprised by that. Let me actually see how big the PDF is. 4 megabyte. That's actually a little chunky. All right. So now if I refresh this, we have Color Braille right there, and then we can click on that and get the manual. That seems to be working. Complete with rule seed. Okay. So, what else do we need to do? I guess that's it, right? We can publish the module now. We can go to the workshop and make it public. And then that should be it. If you guys can think of anything else that is missing or that I need to do, that I'm just being blind right now, blind because of Braille, then please let me know. I will do this slowly so that you guys have the opportunity to respond. I did add the autosolver. Why am I using source tree? Well, I've tried Gitkraken and that one just totally didn't work at all. Like, it was extremely broken. And the command line, for some things I can make do with the command line, but for most things, I mean, source tree allows me to see the changes that I've made. That is quite a lot harder to do on the command line. Git diff is very difficult to read and difficult to scroll through. Git bash is very difficult to use. I mean, Git itself is difficult to use. I mean, the fact that it's on top of bash is actually not relevant. Right, so since no one else has mentioned anything that I've forgotten or that I still need to do, I am going to change the visibility of this to public. And now we have a new module on the workshop, and I invite everyone to play the module and hope that you will have a lot of fun. By the way, where is your window? What the hell are you talking about? So thank you all for watching. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. And I hope that you will enjoy my new module. If you have any questions, if you have any questions about the things that I did, or any comments on how I did it, or any concerns, or even suggestions on how I might, make the module look nicer, make it more appealing, I'm happy to hear them. You can always submit a pull request, obviously, to the repository, and I will take a look at all of your suggestions. And until then, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you again the next time round. Goodbye.